Hello, everybody. Welcome to April 5th, 2025. My name is Gad, and I'll be your host for today. Today, we're going to be continuing more of our life. And for sure, let me get my face cam up. There you go. Hello. For sure, today we're going to finish the Teenage Moments 100p. You can count on it. We're only going to do 1 hour of yapping today. 1 hour yapping today. I can't even say that with a straight face. I'm not even set here. Like, I don't even have my water ready. I don't have my drink ready. This is already going and starting off strong, you know. But welcome to April 5th, 2025. Already wasting the hour. It is what it is. But yeah, that's our agenda for today. So to get through as much of our life as we can. We're definitely gonna get past the teen years, as well as maybe start the adult years, the young adult years. It's gonna be a very quiet stream. But yeah, we like to still yap for a little bit, and we will. And GVC, the voice acting is not gonna be a part of it. All right, that's part of the game. We're making progress. It's part of the damn game. Um. Expect more, like I said, expect more of our life today, and hopefully we can finish it tomorrow, if not Monday. That's going to be our plan for this game, is to try and finish it by Monday. We may not make it that far. We might. I don't know. But we'll definitely try to progress the story today and learn more about our characters as well as the characters in the game. Today we're listening to some Nine Inch Nails in preparation for the new Tron movie, which I'm excited about. I've always been a big fan of Tron, and I really like Tron Legacy and the music that Daft Punk provided for it. Can't wait for Nine Inch Nails to be playing in Tron. But let me go grab my drink. Let me go grab my soda. Today's soda is I don't remember what it is, but I'll be right back. And then we'll if y'all aren't that talkative today, we can get into the game a lot earlier, right? It's not y'all's fault. It's my fault. I'm not blaming y'all at all. This is totally a me thing. But we'll be right back. Let's go get that water and soda. Enjoy the music. If y'all want to listen to anything, feel free to request it because we'll do song requests for the first hour until we're ready to get started. So feel free to request something. I'll put it on. Let me go grab my stuff. I'll be right back. And then when we come back, we can listen to some songs and yap and all that kind of stuff and get ready for the stream today. They should be usable and appear on stream now. But yeah, how's everybody's day going today? How are things going with y'all? Did it just like fail to show up there? What happened? Like a little bit showed up, but the rest just didn't. There it goes. It's just taking a minute, is all. It's just taking a minute to load. But talk to me, y'all. How's your day? I'll start with my day. I had a pretty good day so far. I got to chill with some friends. And I completed my workout for today, and had some breakfast, and now I'm here. I woke up a little late today. I woke up like around noon. And yeah, I just been kind of vibing. You made a man crash out. Listen, everything's worth it for the Totodile. True, indeed. Indeed. I'd had the same feelings if it was Bulbasaur, right? Nice. Nice GBC. You don't think he noticed? Alright, that's not bad. It's an orange cream cola. That's what I'm drinking today. But yeah, yeah, I had a pretty chill day today. Is it the new Coke? I don't know if it's new or how new it is, but it is a Coke product. It's a Coke Zero, orange cream Coke Zero. I don't know how new it is, but it's definitely something. It doesn't taste bad. It's very orangey. It's a re-release, but they're saying it's new. Yeah. I thought I saw them have it before. Maybe not in Coke Zero, but you've had the bottle. Nice. But yeah, I mean that's it for my day. I didn't really have that much of a big day today. The allergies, the pollen is just killing me where I'm at. It's making me so tired. I always get like this in the spring. The pollen always makes me like super tired, super out of it. Even with like a bunch of medication. The tree splooge is just too strong. What can you do? It's about to turn 28 days later up in here. Um, Time to set it all ablaze. Not sure we want to do that, but I mean, that is an option. And I guess it depends on what you mean. If you mean the trees, the Lorax would not be happy. If you mean other things, then yeah. And we don't want to piss off the Lorax, right? The Lorax is our homie. The Lorax will come slaughter us in the middle of the night. Don't piss off the Lorax. But yeah, we hope y'all are doing well today. We'll go ahead and get started here in like 2 minutes. You piss off the orange peanut. We'll get started here shortly. Not a lot to say today. Not a lot to yap about right now. You're lurking. What's going on, Evie? Have a good lurk. Thank you for your support. Appreciate you, homie. All right, if we are only to do 1 hour yapping today, let's not waste it on all of it on the intro here, right? We're ready to get started. We're ready to dive into our life. We're ready to have a good time. So let's get into it, right? We'll wait till the song's over, and then we'll get into it. You know, GBC, I was thinking, like, the regular Ramatra mask looks pretty sick on its own. And people have that to buy because people made that mask. But I gotta set up more stuff for stream because I might be going to Japan later this year. And if that's the case, I'm gonna need some cash. I'm gonna need some casholo. Yeah. Oh, indeed. I need to save up 3K at least. At least. Maybe a little bit more. So that's gonna be interesting. Okay, well there goes the song. Stop. No more additions to the songs, please. That's it. Time for the songs is up. So we'll see how that goes. I'm gonna try and make it maybe a stream goal to raise funds for that. And that would mean setting up more donation stuff and availability for people to donate and all that stuff. We'll make it a goal and all that good stuff, and who knows, maybe we'll add some incentives for the stream to help make our goals. And I'll probably be selling my blood, let's be real. Might not get much, but every little bit helps, right? Yes it does. Alright, let's get started with today. IRL karaoke stream. We can make that a goal. I don't know if you guys want to hear me sing. I'm awful at singing and lyrics, just remembering lyrics in general, but I guess that's what karaoke machines are for, right? They have the lyrics pop up. We could do that. Maybe we can put on like Guitar Hero, right? Or Rock Band. I'm trying to think. Maybe we could just forego the gaming and just do karaoke. You mean like when I'm in Japan do that, like karaoke stream? Or like a here thing? Because I probably wouldn't stream when I'm overseas. Maybe a little bit, but maybe probably not, you know? I'd probably be busy. Yeah. I'd probably be really busy. But yeah, I gotta find a way to raise some funds for it. I gotta find a way to earn some cash for it, some funding. So maybe we'll get together and we'll find a way to get funding for it, right? Okay, some of these are pretty good. Okay, some of these are a little... Learn and perform a simple J-pop or K-pop dance on stream. That'd be something, right? Anime bingo. Sub versus dub challenge. Read subtitles with exaggerated emotes. That could be fun. Try Japanese games on stream. That's okay. We got options, right? We got options. Time to read the subtitles for Ghost Story. Well, the subtitles aren't bad, right? It's the dub that's what makes it That's what makes it different, right? It's not the sub, it's the dub. I wouldn't be opposed to watching some. Well, wait a second. Wait a second. Yeah, no, I would be opposed to watching that on stream. Wait a second. Let's not get to that just yet. No. Yeah. I had to think about it for a moment. It's not. We're not gonna do that. We are not gonna do that. Not on Twitch. Yeah, not on Twitch. I had to think for a moment. I was like, wait a second. Not that one. But let's get started with the game. We are a few moments. Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot. We were we were halfway through this moment. I completely forgot about this yesterday. But we're part of the game. This is part of the game, GBC. Our yapping is over. And our relationship with our moms, they were absolutely the best.
Cause once I go give him that manoy, it's only me that he on. It's only me that he want. I'm ready.
What's going on, Mingo? Our moms are absolutely the best. You couldn't even consider having another opinion. You couldn't have better parents. Just vibing? Hell yeah. We'd love to hear it. I hope you have a nice, wonderful time vibing as we continue on. Well, say what you want about them, but at least your mom's never tried to pay someone to be your friend. Listen, it was out of a place of a good heart, okay? Discussing a roleplay setting that your friends are putting together for the Mutants and Masterminds tabletop system. Oh, that sounds really awesome. That sounds really cool. If you feel like sharing, by all means, please do. I love playing tabletop D&D. And just, you know, the different variations of it. So like hearing different stories and stuff like that is always super cool. The thought prompted you to look over at Cove. He probably still didn't know that happened. Okay, and like, he doesn't need to know what happened because it's not really that big of a thing, right? Like, our character just needs to drop it at this point. It's been 5 years, right? Like, come on, dude. It's like, he was just trying to look out for his kid. It's not that weird. You doubted that Mr. Holden mentioned it, and you never had. You wondered if you should tell him. It was a long time ago, but you were keeping a secret from Cove. You know, you're not wrong, but at the same time, this is one of those things that you just let it go. You know, it's just not that important. Right? It was a decision. It was a decision out of desperation for this father to try and get his son to have friends, right? So it's like, is it really a secret? Yes, but is it one of those that needs to be brought up 5 years later or even ever? Not really. It's in the process of setting building right now, and that admittedly isn't open to the public yet. At least the server it's hosted on it's an 18+ setting. Oh, okay, I see. Hey, that's cool too. You didn't tell him it was a bad time. You didn't tell him. You weren't sure how he'd react. You didn't tell him secrets are meant to be kept. You didn't tell him. You just didn't want to have that talk with Cove. You decided to tell him. Is it really that much of a secret though? Like, again, it's just something that it's not really that important. Right? Like, Like, I'm trying to think, like, if I had a friend, right, and that friend just suddenly started saying, hey, you know, 5 years ago, your dad tried to get me to I mean, I guess they're 13, right? They wouldn't be thinking about the necessity, like, not the, like, the logic behind it. It's just the action and the reaction to the action, which, again, he didn't go about it the right way, but at the same time, everybody's human, right? There's no need to make a big deal out of something that's not even that big of a deal. You didn't tell him it was a bad time. Yeah, I'd probably go with that. You could bring it up some other day when the moment was right. Time passed, but you didn't really notice. The two of you were busy, making plans for the rest of summer and chatting about your respective days. Oh yeah, dinner. We're at his place for dinner. That's what we were doing. Eventually you heard a muffled holler from a different part of the house. You and Cove raised your heads in unison. It's time for dinner! Cove watched the firmly shut door he had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. I'm glad you came. Cove peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. Really? I couldn't tell. You were being sarcastic, of course. It was obvious that he felt weird around his parents generally, and especially lately. Cove said nothing else and remained sat where he was. And remained seated. Now would be a good time, as good as time as any, to ask him why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Is there a reason they wanted me to come over tonight? You kept quiet. Oh, we could ask this, right? The setting is a kitchen sink style setting. There are aliens, mages, demons, angels, superheroes, and villains. Vampires, werewolves, sentient robots, so on, which takes place in the year 2030, and the main setting being Cascadia, which in this case is Victoria, Vancouver, and Seattle, all merged into one massive city. Yo, that sounds sick as fuck! That sounds chaotic, but sick as fuck, holy shit. That's awesome. It hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this, when no one else is around, but now you're here. Yeah, for real, it really does. Huh? You hadn't considered that, but it sort of made sense, in a way. There was another shout from outside, too muffled to actually know the words, but you could imagine what they were. Let's go. Cove finally got up, lumbering away with his shoulders sagged. You followed after him. Together, the two of you made your way back to the living room. Yo, okay, we gotta... Here's Cove's parents, right? We gotta take a picture of Cove's parents because they are just absolutely adorable. Like, I really love the way that they look. They look so fucking cool. We're gonna post this in multimedia of our Discord. And that way, if we need to ever reference it and how his parents look, we can just show people, right? We can direct them here. But I fucking love the way they look. As you expected, Cove's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table, beside the windows overlooking the back of the house. Food had been prepared and set. Mr. Holden beamed as you and Cove took your places. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast. I know I am. Yeah. Cove's mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. Mr. Holden instead looked at you, grinning. Thanks. Let's all take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. I'm so glad you were able to make it, Gad, and on such short notice, too. You thanked Ko's parents back for inviting you. He didn't say anything to that. He just felt awkward about the situation. You thank him. Thanks for having me over.
Alright.
Well, that's it. Everyone, please dig in. You can help yourselves to the food. Upon his encouragement, you looked over the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad in the center, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. There were a lot of sides and optional sauces to add. You were very happy about these options. I would be. You could work with this. You weren't exactly a fan. This kind of just surprised you. I'd be very happy. I mean, I am an enjoyer of food just in general, so like any sort of food that they could provide is amazing. Food, let me add it. That's what I'm saying. Especially Mexican food. Ah, yes. Yum. Delicious. You love Mexican food, and there are so many dishes to choose from. You're practically drooling. Yeah, that's me right there. That is always me. Always going to be me. Utensils and plates scraped and clinked together as the group began filling their plates. Cliff, could you pass the salsa verde? Of course. So long as you're not forced to partake in primarily veg and fruit, you're happy? Hell yeah. Thank you. Let me just say, you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous? Of what? Your cooking's nothing to sneeze at, Kira. Ko's parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seemed to be barely any effort. You joined right in without a thought. I didn't know you could cook.
Huh?
You didn't? Who do you think's been feeding me and Cove all this time? I don't know, maybe you guys get takeout and stuff. You could afford it, I think. Mr. Holden sputtered, acting grossly offended, but he was grinning good-naturedly. Poor dude. Takeout? If we ate that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we wouldn't have made it this long. Ko's mom leaned towards you, her eyes twinkling merrily. Maybe they filter feed like a sponge. I know what you mean, like Cliff is a big... No, sorry. I know it may seem like Cliff is a big goof, but he's got some skills.
Hey.
Hey now, that sounds less like a compliment, more like an insult. It's called a backhanded compliment, Ko said.
Don't worry about that.
If that's how you want to take it. I can't stop you, can I? God, the flirting between these two. Sheesh. Photosynthesis. Photosynthesis. The song is that way. Photosynthesis. Such disrespect, and in my own home. Sorry, my friend. Everything looks great, Dad, as always. Thanks, sport. Glad you think so. Ko smiled. It was genuine, even if it was strained at the corners. Brief silences interspersed the small talk. You piled some food on your plate, waiting for your turn if someone was serving themselves a dish that you had your eye on. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Ko's parents started talking again. Man, now I want Mexican food. Now then, you sat up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking at you.
How's it going?
How's everything been over at your house? Are your moms well? You've been keeping busy this summer. Or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the break? You felt overwhelmed by the sudden rush of questions. You were more than happy to answer. You were surprised, but you didn't mind the interest. You felt uncomfortable with the attention. I would be more than happy to answer. They seemed like nice people. Ko's parents seemed honestly interested to hear from you. You were kind of flattered by the attention. You answered how things were at the house. You told them how your moms were doing. You mentioned things you'd done this summer. We'll tell them about our moms. My moms are great. Moms are fine. They're the same as always. You should ask my parents about it yourself. Mom took us out for dessert a couple weeks ago since her project went really well. Is that so? I'll have to congratulate her when I see her. You mentioned things you do this summer. Not sure where to start. There was so much that happened. You know what I've been up to since so much has included your family. Haven't really done much. I'm not sure where to start. There's so much that's happened. Mr. Holden's brow is raised when he answered with that. You sure are keeping yourself busy. I could learn a thing or two from you. He answered how things were at your house. It's been good. It's been good is what you said, but you didn't mean it. It's alright. It's not that great. I'd rather not talk about it. It's been good.
Fantastic.
Oh, that's wonderful. That was that for your questioning. Question answering. Kira nodded. You could tell she was actually listening to the words you were saying. She was trying to include you, not humor you. Did you know, Cliff? Did you know, Cliff? Gad is really into media. Mr. Holden's face lit up, and he stopped eating so he could lean forward. His arms braced against the table.
Nice work.
Oh, that's right. Very cool. It's just a hobby. Very serious about it. Oh, it's nothing that big. I'd probably say it's just a hobby. Try to be a little humble about it. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good to do things just for fun. Everyone needs hobbies. I've been thinking of picking up wood carving myself. Everybody does need hobbies. Hobbies are super important. You couldn't tell how serious he was being about that declaration. Thanks. Cole's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in conversation as everyone focused their attention on their respective plates. Your hobby is picking up a matchbook? What kind of matchbook? By Cam, yeah. Grr, I need to figure out a camera. I need to figure out a camera. I need to get a new camera. It's happening more frequent. This can't be good for your phone? Nah, it's fine. My phone's fine. It's not like severely overheating. It's just something like if it gets too hot, then the Wi-Fi will turn off. But it's like the phone itself isn't like overheating. It's not getting to a critical point, you know what I'm saying? It's just getting hot enough so that some of the functionality stops working. Which is, you know, it's obviously not a good thing, but it'll be alright. It'll be alright. You noted, not for the first time, that Ko's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time. You brought up your own topic of conversation. You left coming up with a conversation topic to them. Again... It'd be weird, like, as a teen, for me personally, to converse with adults. I always had that, like, adults were their own people kind of thing. And, like, they had that sense of authority. And I wasn't really allowed to converse with them in many ways, such as even friends' parents, right? So like having my own thoughts and talking with them about it wasn't really a thing for me. So even in this situation right here, and they're asking me questions, I'd answer truthfully, but it's not like I would personally come up with any topics or any questions to ask them. So we'll leave them coming up with the conversation topics. Mr. Holden was the one who spoke, glancing at his son before turning to you with an easy grin. Speaking of hobbies, Ko's been playing some tennis this summer. He and Kira keep hitting the court together. Who would have guessed? He had already known that since Ko was so open with you, but it was interesting to hear his parents' perspective on it. The rest of the dinner continued just like that, with light conversation as you ate your meals. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. Kira sat down her fork and rested her arms at her sides, letting loose a satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty. That was delish. Thank you for your culinary creations, Cliff. Mr. Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays in the sun. He beamed, flattered by his praise. You ate way too much? Wow. You went into your... Oh, sorry. Not her. He's not saying that. My character's not saying that. I was about to say, damn, that's a little... Ooh. Let's not go there. You ate way too much. You ate until you were satisfied. You try not to eat too much, even though it was good. We'd probably eat until we were satisfied. Again, like... anytime we'd go over to a friend's house, which is not often and never, honestly, until I was in high school and had my own car. Even like going to a friend's place, we would only eat until we were satisfied. We wouldn't like overindulge or anything like that because it wasn't our food to eat and stuff like that, if you know what I mean. Like even though it was offered, still that difficulty of accepting things from other people. So we would eat until we're satisfied. It had taken you some time to finish it all, but eventually you cleared your plate. Ko successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full meal. He was slumped over, even now, toying with his silverware. His parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him to join the conversation failed. It wasn't typical for him to say so little. At least he tried to participate. He at least tried to participate. You didn't get much time to contemplate Ko's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden pointedly clearing his voice. Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming, Gad. I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for a real dinner.
What?
What? Did I hear that right? This is the first time Gad has ever had dinner here? Yeah, this is my first time I've ever had dinner here in 5 years. Why in the world haven't you invited them over sooner? Ko was always the one going over to Gad's house until now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offer of the Jangler family to host my kid? So, this goes back to like, did he really cook all that often? Kira shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. The three of you looked at Cove in unison, his small sound being more than enough to get the focus on him after his silence. But now he'd stopped fiddling with his fork.
I mean...
Would it be alright for Gad to stay over, like for the night? He shot you a shy glance, then, smiling a little. If you're cool with that. Mr. Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter, eyes darting back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth opened, but not a peep came out. You've never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but this was different than the usual request. It wasn't so simple, and Mr. Holden was lost. Then Cove's mom reached out and took a hold of his shirt collar. She pulled him closer. She glanced at you before leaning in and bringing a hand up in front of their faces. The two adults whispered seriously to each other. Cove's eyes opened wider. He leaned forward as if that would help him overhear his parents' conversation. Mr. Holden kept gesturing with his hands while Kira made sure he didn't get too far away from all his movements. Every now and then, both of them would watch you and Cove out of the corner of their eyes. It didn't seem like they were fighting to you. They looked more like some kind of tiny sports team having a private huddle. After a bit, they broke the group up. They moved back to sit properly in their chairs. You snuck a look at Cove. He stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdict, too. We, Kira and I, think that should be fine, but... He lifted a finger dramatically, his brows raising as he met Cove's gaze, and then your own. We'll have to talk with Gad's parents to make sure they'd be comfortable with it. If they are, we can arrange for a sleepover to happen on a different night when everyone is more prepared. If Gad's folks don't like the idea, there's nothing we can do. I don't know why his voice changed, but... He finished a mini speech with a wide shrug using his full arms. He also checked out Kira from the corner of his eye and gave her a crooked smile. She nodded approvingly and grinned back. You thought you saw her give him a thumbs up, but her hand was partially blocked by the table. They looked so pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision on whether it was alright or not to someone else, namely your parents. This was a sports game. They would have punted the ball. If this was a sports game, they would have punted the ball away. Cove hung his head, deflated. He'd been hoping you could stay over today, not some hypothetical time in the future. He gave him some words of encouragement. He patted him on the back. I'll sneak the phone into my room tonight. Hey, you could always sneak into my room again. He pouted about it too. I'd probably give him some words of encouragement. Cheer up, Cove. I'm still here right now, aren't I? And things will work out somehow. Though he still appeared upset, the corners of his lips lifted a little in appreciation of your comfort. With that, dinner finally came to an end. Mr. Holden stood up from the table and began collecting empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kira tried to lend a hand as well, however Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either, since you were there as a declared guest of honor. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kira disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. It was a bit strange sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't alone for too long. After a couple of minutes, Cove's mom returned with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. So, we set for a few rounds. Cove and his dad looked over their shoulders at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in her hands. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room, ignoring the couches. She sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured at the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft, though the hardwood floor underneath could definitely still be felt. Kira did an overhand shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their task. The smile had yet to leave her lips. Y'all, we have an ad break that's about to happen. We do 3 minutes of ads so that we have 50 to 55 minutes of ad-free gameplay. During that time, we take a break, we get up, we stretch, we do whatever we need to. Grab a snack, grab a drink, go for a tiny little walk, use the bathroom, do whatever you need to. Now's the time to do it. None of us like watching the ads, and we don't want people to watch the ads. So take care of yourself, do what you need to. What's going on, Mythos? How you doing today? Caught some of your Minecraft stream earlier. But yeah, take the 3 to 5 minutes for yourself. If you can't take the 3 to 5 minutes for yourself every hour, what can you give yourself? But we'll be here talking probably. But take care of yourself. Do whatever you need to. Installing. You good? Yeah, you'll have audio in May, maybe late April. Hey. However you need to do it, right? But now streams will be voiceless. That's fine. There are a lot of streams that I watch that are voiceless, you know? There's a few that I do watch that are voiceless, and it's perfectly acceptable. It's your way of expressing yourself, it's your way of handling things, and you know, it might not be a situation that you want to be in for long, or it might be. It's totally up to you, and it's totally understandable, you know? I should get a snack, but I have all the snacks I need right here. I'm done with that. I'm done with that. What else is live? Damn, Jules is still going. Hell yeah. So is Kat. So is Liv. Oh, it looks like JJ just raided. CGBC, we've made progress today. We've made some good progress today. And we're not even 1 hour yapping in yet. We're like 35 minutes in of yapping. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. We hope you all had a good time doing what you need to do, and that you're ready to just chill and relax and do whatever you still need to while the stream goes on. Well, let's get back to the game. We're keeping our promise of only 1 hour of yapping. That's the last time we spent like... What stream? This... What do you mean, what stream? What do you mean, man? We'll read this. We'll reread this one. Kira did an overhand shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their task. The smile had yet to leave her lips. This is gonna be good. You were excited. You were nervous. You were bored. You were kind of annoyed. You enjoyed her enthusiasm. You know, we could go with this one. Ko's mom was funny, upbeat, and easygoing. You leaned closer to watch her expertly shuffle the cards. It didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap things up enough to call it good. Cove's dad appeared first, followed closely behind by Cove. Mr. Holden rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Alright, I'm ready. He went straight down the hall instead, without even a word. He stared on confused as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Ko's parents didn't look concerned at the stunt. Kira nonchalantly split the deck of cards into two and rifled the halves together, while offering an explanation of sorts. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him when at home. He puts it away. What? That is a what sentence indeed. I'm confused at that. That's such a weird statement just to start. What? Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in his hand. He took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. Do you guys use real money? Even when you're playing card games with each other? While you sat there, your hands idle in your lap, the three shot looks at one another and size each other up.
Yeah.
That's right, $5 per round per person. Winner takes all. Holy shit! What? That can't be real. That can't be not. Ain't no way. Go big or go home. Oh, are you planning on kicking Gad to the curb? Or do you intend on donating to the guest of honor's pot, Mr. High Roller? Mr. Holden narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the side of the couch, completely at ease.
No worries.
If Gad wants to play, I'll fund their way in. Don't you worry about that. Okay. This is, I'm not gonna lie, this is a new experience for me. I don't think I've ever known a family to use real money while playing cards, gambling with each other. That's a new experience for me. Caught me off guard. Like, sure, you know, playing with friends, that's one thing, right? But playing with your own family and $5 per round? Like, what kind of money are they giving this kid that he's got this kind of money to play $5 per round? How much does he win? How much do they make? He rested an arm across the top of a knee that he propped up. Hey, like I am. Ko's dad was acting slick in a way you'd never seen before. You appreciated his offer. You know the CG for the background whenever you're on the street? Yeah. This is a cute family photo here. I really like how this is. You get to see like both features of the parents in Cove, as well as like their own personalities and stuff. And Cove being such a different. I mean, I guess it's not really so much as he's different, but like there's a lot that's going on in his life, right? With these two, so it's interesting to see. That's the MC's house. Assume that Cove lives in a similar house in California. Both families are probably well off. That $5, you know, that's fair. Honestly, that's fair. That's really fair. It's just one of those things that's just baffling, you know? That's something that I've never experienced. And it's just a wild idea, you know? It makes sense, right? But it's a wild idea to think of. The last time I said that about someone, I almost got the shit slapped out. The shit slapped out. Oh shit. It's very baffling as someone who grew up poor, but my family, mostly the adults, would play for money among each other, usually my dad. That's fair. Mind you, they were bitching that their parents didn't get them the right car that they wanted. Oh, okay, well... Yeah, no, we grew up on the super poor side. And then later on in life had a little bit of money, but not really. Not like $5 for per round kind of money. Brand new car, by the way. I remember you telling me that. That's wild. That's wild to hear. That's yeah, it's still very baffling, you know, like it's a culture shock to take in. And it's it's definitely wild to see, at least for me. But yeah, you make a good point. Like, they both live in California. Their houses are in what looks like a really nice place. If my family got me a car, I'd be happy, even if it was a chip box, so long as it ran. Yeah, my family got me a car. Back when well, they got two cars for me. One was an older car that it worked, and then I crashed it into a tree. And then my second car was, I got that one from the insurance money from the first car. And then I still had that car, but that, you know, I have an 06 Jetta GLI. It needs work for me to run it again. Those damn trees, that's what I said, dude. The trees that popped out of nowhere. That's exactly what I said. The fucking tree popped out of nowhere. It was a rainy day, and like, it was like 6 months after I got my license, 8 months, something like that. And I was driving home with my friends in the car. I had to have a talk with the orange peanut. And I essentially hydroplaned into a tree. But yeah. I need to fix up my current car. It needs some work done to it. It needs like 4 new tires, plus a new battery and a new interior. And all that requires money. So like, you know, took your sister's car up onto a curb when she was teaching you how to drive on actual roads? Nice. Motherfucker says some work. I mean, it's some work. The interior isn't like, replacing the whole interior isn't that I'm not gonna say it's not difficult, but it's not like as expensive as you would think. I would definitely need to like maybe get new seats as well because of the mold. What happened with my car? Of course, we switched places after that. She didn't want to risk an accident and me panicking again when I was worked up. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I learned how to drive before I got my license. I mean, that makes sense, right? But like 2 years before I got my license, I was driving manual and automatic, and like I had to drive the family delivery van. My dad taught me how to drive in some mountain passes. First time, can you imagine like a 13 or 14-year-old driving some windy ass mountain passes in the middle of the Appalachian Mountains? I was scared as fuck, but on the bright side, there was never any cars because, like, you know, we would take those back mountain roads, and like we would see maybe like an 18-wheeler or two every now and then, but most of the road was just empty. And we would drive from town to town, and he would fall asleep because, you know, he worked from like 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. He would non-stop work from 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. So like at 5 a.m. he'd be ready for deliveries, and the days I didn't work or go to school, I'd help him out. So he'd be sleeping, and then I'd be driving. But yeah, the hydroplaning, I was trying to show off to some friends. Yeah, I know. Irresponsible of me. It had stopped raining earlier that day. I didn't account for the wet pavement, the wet road, when there's this little hill, right? So we went over a little hill, and that little hill goes into like a 90-degree turn. And so I had sped up, like I was used to going up to like 80 on this back road because it was an empty road, right? So like I'd go up to 80, we went over that little hill, but it was so slick that when we went over that hill, right, I tried to brake before going over the hill like I normally did, but it was raining. So the braking didn't really work, or it had rained, so the roads were slick. The braking didn't work, so we went over the hill, right? The front end of the car I don't think we actually got air, but it lifted up, so it felt like, you know, we couldn't, like, we were in the sky, even if we weren't, even if it was just like lifted. And then when we landed, right, we started like swerving left and right, trying to gain traction, and we couldn't. And so I was trying to make it, there was a tree, like if this was the turn, right, there's a tree here, a driveway here, and more trees on the other side. I tried to make it into the driveway, and I had almost made it into the driveway, except for all the way at the end, the back gave out a little bit, and so instead of turning into the going into the driveway, the back gave out and turned into the tree. Now, we didn't crash into the tree. There was like a little gutter before that tree, so technically we like hit the gutter a little bit, like the drain. There's like a huge drain there for water, and we hit that before crashing into the tree. And by the time we actually hit the tree, our speed had dropped from like 60, like 80, 60, somewhere around there, to about 30 to 40 before we crashed into the tree. So like, because there was like a little dirt mound that we hit before we entered the gutter and all that kind of stuff. Totaled the car, but yeah, it was definitely a experience that I really didn't want to relive, and ever since then, I've been a really, really good driver. I learned my lesson. But let me take a picture of this, because I actually like the way these three look right here. I think it's a really cute family photo. I'm just gonna post that there. Okay. All right, that was like a 20-minute yap session. We still got some time. Okay, we're gonna accept his offer. You joked that he shouldn't be so confident. You know, it felt awkward about the situation. His shirty in this was pretty appealing. Shirty? You ignored it. Nah, we're gonna appreciate his offer, right? Thanks, Mr. Holden. His tone and stance instantly became more familiarly friendly when he started directing his words to you. No problem. You can count on me. You can let me pay for Gad. They're my friend. Mr. Holden grinned with a chuckle. All right, bud, I concede. You're too polite for me. Oh, the way they... Damn. It just makes me want to scream how cute of a family that they are. Even, you know, just as people in general, not necessarily a family, but... Well, You've got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? You glance around. This seemed like serious business. In response to your consternation, Kira softened her competitive smile. I don't think I've ever read that word before. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some rounds of Go Fish tonight. No biggie. Damn, they're playing with Go Fish? Fuck. That's some fucking high stakes Go Fish. Damn.
Do you mind?
What do you think? He joined. Yeah, we'll join in. Definitely. I want to play. Mr. Holden gave you a big thumbs up, while Cove nodded firmly back. You were really good at Go Fish. You were decent at Go Fish. You left it all to luck. You were always bad at Go Fish. You know, I'd say we were decent at Go Fish. I'd say we were decent at it. As decent as you could be, right? I did play a lot of Go Fish when I was younger. And Memory and all those kind of card games. Sometimes you won, sometimes you lost. You'd like to think you weren't bad at it though. Fantastic. We'll play for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash. But are still refusing to quit while they're behind. Speaking for yourself, I see. Nice comeback. With a laugh, Kira nudged you using an elbow. Then motioned towards the other two with her chin. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. These boys are sharks. In reaction to her words, Mr. Holden smirked, and Cove's eyebrows became more angled. Kira's phrasing made you think back to when you were young, specifically of Mr. Holden's favorite shark pants that he used to wear all the time. That's true, he did. Perhaps it had been a fit for him in ways you didn't know of. You could feel tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another, then all placed $5 bills in an empty space in front of them. Cove dropped an extra one for you, giving you a tiny smile after he did. Once this was done, Kira began dealing out cards to everybody. It was time to begin. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You won right away, which meant you had money to keep playing the second round. You're a natural. Nicely done. You better keep those wits about you for the next round, though. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him got a pair. Kira acted as a news anchor, reporting every move everyone made by speaking into her curled fist. Cove was still a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his lips. You won quite a few games, to your delight. You had a hefty money pile on your side of the table. You must regret paying Gad's way in now, huh? No, sorry. I can't do his voice. I'm laughing too much. Wait. Gad might be beating me, but they're also beating you two. Cove turned towards you and smiled, looking pleased at your ability to match his mom and dad. You smirked and raised your hand for a high five, which he was willing to give you. It became clear that where the money went in that moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways, and not just through more rounds of cards. You sat back, looking over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool, you thought. You were glad you got this chance to come over to spend time with the three of them. Yo, let's go! Another moment complete! We got one more moment, and that's family. I wonder if it's going to be our family, or Cove's family, or maybe a mixture of both. Maybe a mixture of both. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house, and had been relaxing there for a while now. Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, from staying home to heading down to the beach, A picnic on the hill had been the choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. My camera! Flippin' camera! Grrr. Let me see if restarting it will help. We're gonna restart the camera real quick. Maybe unplugging it might help too so it doesn't overheat. I just don't know how long until the battery will die. Which I guess is okay, because if it'll die, then that's just it, right? The camera will die. Then we're in the same situation that we're in now. But then it would have to charge a little bit longer, and then we'd have to go a little bit longer without the camera. It'll be alright. It'll be alright. You know, I'm kind of tempted to put my fan towards my camera. That might actually help keep it cooler. Let's give that a try. I'm gonna turn on my fan real quick. Alright, we're back. We got the fan blowing onto our phone, so hopefully it won't overheat as much now. But let's continue on. He sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gone to see a few days ago. Speaking of musicals, Hamilton's actually coming around in my area. I might go see that. But maybe, right? If I'm trying to save up for a trip to Japan later, then that's kind of have to be like my main focus, right? Everything else would just have to be in the background sort of thing. It was unbelievable. They were singing, dancing, and crazy stunts, and it was all done live right in front of my face. Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. Oh, I feel that, Lee. He smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much he enjoyed singing and performing. He was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. You also liked to sing, but you weren't very good. You also liked to sing and had talent of your own. You didn't like to sing, but you had been told you were good at it. You weren't good at singing, and that suited you fine. We do like to sing, we've always liked to sing, but we're not really good at it. Between memorizing lyrics and like actually having, carrying a tune and yeah, we're just not good at it. That didn't stop you from doing it though, and it isn't stopping us today. I wonder if maybe we could put on our own show. Think of how fun it'd be. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come watch too. It'd totally work. Yes, let's do it. I don't know about that. The idea gave you stage fright. Sure, I'll give it a go. That's not a good idea. It'd be embarrassing. Let's go. Sure, I'll give it a go. If I had a friend that would ask me something like this, I'd be thrilled. I would 100% do it. It wasn't something you had really thought about before, but if Lee wanted to do it, then you could at least give it a shot. Lee clapped in excitement and bounced on the balls of her feet, beyond happy that you were on board with her idea. I'm gonna sing! Do you want it too? Or maybe do something else? I'll sing too, I'll dance, I'll write the song. I'll do some kind of stunt that goes to the music. I'll pick the outfits, I'll do the makeup. I'll make a backdrop, or some kind of stage. We can sing too. I'm okay with singing too. Cool, we'll perform an incredible duet. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? Oh, that's all, or one more thing. Yeah, that's all. The two of you ran back to your house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions before heading back out to the blanket to get started. You lay down on a blanket together, your MP3 player in hand, and the two of you swiped through the songs to choose one you both liked. Lee and you discussed the plans in detail, settling on the song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky, and after having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break. Oh, you know, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could tell if it's bad before we put on the real thing. That's smart. You guessed that would have been okay. I'm glad he didn't see. You said nothing. Yeah, that's smart. We should ask him to watch us later. Okay. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. Yeah, he's a good person. I really like him too. He's okay. He's kind of boring. I don't really like him. You say he's a good person. Why not? I knew you'd think so. But speaking of boys we like, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good? Oh, straight to the point. Yeah, it's good. I don't know. You blushed and said nothing. You shouldn't gossip. I think things are alright. I'd probably say this last one. Alright is better than bad. But like really, are you gonna be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon, or what? I don't have a crush on Cove. I'll tell him soon. No way I'm not telling him. I'm pretty sure he already knows. You weren't sure if you wanted to tell Cove or not. Damn. Asking us the hard questions, right? Asking us the difficult questions. That's okay. I'll tell him soon. I hope so. You know he's totally into you too. I guarantee it. He didn't say anything, wondering about the possibilities, and instead, the two of you talked a little more about Cove, amongst other topics, and you found that it was nice having someone to speak with about these sort of things. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did. and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, yeah, this is a good picture of the moms, too. We can take a picture of the moms. Why does everybody look upset at us? What did we do? What did we do here to have everybody so upset? Upon walking to the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you and Lee, frowning slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what? You weren't sure. Wow, who died? What's going on? You looked between them but said nothing. Hello? You probably asked what's going on. Your moms looked at each other, wondering which one of them was going to speak first. Eventually, Mom cleared her throat and spoke. We were just having a talk with your sister. The room fell quiet again, with no one quite knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest. But your mom's nodded in agreement with her. Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Oh, okay. Her biological ones. The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand, why was this happening now? When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister, but the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from you either. It's your right to know your past. But we didn't want to wait until you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your mom shared a nervous glance, and Ma took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Hemp, what's going on? I got your hydrate right here, bud.
Drink
Thank you.
Dehydrated bitch.
I hope you're well, friend. I hope things are going well for you today. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here? No, you weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I gonna have to pass some tests to even be a citizen? No, you were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. Sorry. No, you were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the US. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information, but still far from happy. Who were my parents? As people, why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer.
I am so sorry.
I'm so sorry, sweetie. Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions, her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged. Great, so I can never meet them even if I wanted to. Not that I could have anyway, since they live in another part of the world when they were still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs and to her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your Ma's head hung low, but she stopped walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you and Lee were still standing awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But since it's the topic of the day, Gad, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know as well. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. I want to know? No, I don't want to hear. Not right now. Couldn't even answer. I think at this point I'd be a little curious, right? Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want to have things to be private. I want you to be here. Thanks. You know, it'd be okay having her here. I can do that. Lee shifted a little closer to you in support, and you were glad to have her there with you. It made you feel a little stronger somehow. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Ma was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. We used a different organization that time, and you were adopted within the US. We're sorry to tell you, Gad, your parents had also passed away, and no other family member took you in, if there were any. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop that in your lap. We wanted you to be prepared. We're sorry, Gad. Lee gave you a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show that she was there for you. Thank you for telling me. Okay, you said nothing. It's not your fault. You didn't kill them, right? You started to cry. You were so angry. Again, this is a feeling that, like, I didn't ever have to go through. And it's hard for me to put myself into this position, right? If I'm a 13-year-old kid and I just found out that my biological parents were killed, or, you know, they were dead already. I don't know how a 13-year-old me would feel about that. You know, it's already a point in life where emotions are already going wild, right? And hearing about Elizabeth's parents would, like, maybe soften the blow for me, right? Hearing about how, like, a sibling, or maybe, like, I wouldn't fully grasp what was happening. It's kind of hard to say, right? Like, and when I say fully grasp what's happening, I mean, like, the range of emotions that would happen. Like, maybe it would be kind of like, would it not so much as would it matter, but, like, I don't know if I would be understanding, right? Because these two are my parents, and it's like, it's a life that I wouldn't have known, right? And it's hard for me to you know, go back to that time of being 13 and being very emotional, because one, I don't remember much of my childhood anyways. But, like, now I'd be more understanding, right? I'm a grown adult that has a good hold on my own feelings. But back then, I don't know. Maybe I'd say thank you for telling me, right? It doesn't really change my current situation that I'm in. But again, would I feel that if I were a teenager? Right? And that's such a difficult thing for me to put my shoes in, like, put my feet into those shoes. This is a very challenging, like, conversation to have. And we kind of went into a very cavalier, like, and now we're just kind of like, oh shit. Yeah. Like, I don't know, it's just something that, like, I wouldn't think about, right? We weren't thinking about this at all. And then it's like, yeah, your parents are dead. Your biological parents are dead. And it's like, oh, well, I didn't really know them. So would I feel like Elizabeth and just kind of like be angry that I won't ever get to know them? Maybe that kind of realization wouldn't hit me yet. Right? Maybe at being 13, we just quite wouldn't grasp the whole range of emotions to feel from it. So maybe we'd be understanding. Maybe we'd say thanks for telling me. Or maybe like, you know, we started to cry. It's a tough one. I'm gonna go with being understanding, right? Maybe it's more of like, I would process it later, and the feeling wouldn't hit me as hard right now, because like the meaning behind it is it's just not as intense for me right now. So maybe we would go, thank you for telling me, and then later, like, you know, as we grow up, we'd probably process it more that what we've lost is something that we'll never get to know, and that's how I would like to think how this would play out, but I'm not really sure, right? But we're gonna go with thank you for telling me. I did want to know, and now I do. Thank you for listening, Gad. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Are you okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? Lee watched you closely, as though judging how exactly she should react to what was going on. I feel fine, but you didn't mean that. You started to cry. You held back the tears, but you weren't fine at all. Anger rose inside you. You definitely weren't okay. You said nothing. Again, we would go with like, we would feel fine, but we, like, and I know the game might not go into this detail later, but it's just one of those things that probably wouldn't hit us as strong now in our current age as opposed to later, when like maybe even at Elizabeth's age, 2 years older, where it's more of a finding out who you are and your past and stuff like that is I'm not gonna say more important, but it's more of like on her mind and stuff like that, right? And I think that's the feeling that we're going with here, is that it's not really on our mind at the moment. It's just kind of happening, and we're not really thinking about the greater feelings that are behind this emotion. Maybe it'll cause us like some strife down the line, but I think as of right now, we would be okay for the most part. Not really be going through it. You spoke with a refreshed tone as though you had a load off. Your mom smiled sadly, but you knew they believed you. No one seemed to have any words after that. You went up to your room. You needed to stay here with your moms. You wanted to go out of the house. You wanted to see Elizabeth. You wanted to see Cove. Maybe go check in on her sister. You're worried about Elizabeth. Even though she had been so angry when talking to your moms about everything, you could see she was clearly sad. You headed over to the stairs and up to her room. You asked Lee to go with you. You asked Lee to stay in the living room. Maybe we would ask Lee to stay. This would feel like it'd just be a sibling thing. It would be best to speak to Elizabeth alone. There was more chance of her opening up to you that way. Yeah, that's exactly how I'm feeling. Waiting in front of your sister's door, you raised a hand to knock on it. There was no answer for a good minute or two, and when you jiggled the handle, you found it was locked. Raising your hand again, you knocked louder this time, thinking she must have had her headphones on so she couldn't hear you. When she didn't answer the door a second time, it was clear to you that she either still couldn't hear or was just straight up ignoring you. It hurt to be shut out, especially right now. You went up to your room, you wanted to get out of the house, you wanted to see Cove. You know... Maybe we'd go up to our room. Maybe we'd go up to our room to process things a little bit. When safely behind your closed bedroom door, you let out a heavy breath before heading over to take a seat on your bed. You lay back on your bed and stared up at the ceiling, tracing the outlines of the old crack and lines up there with your eyes. Sorry. You had no idea what to do, so you stayed where you were for a while, thinking everything through. Everyone had been so upset earlier, and you didn't really know what you could do to help. Eventually, the sun finished setting, casting long shadows on your bedroom walls until the outside of it was enveloped by the dark of night completely. Oh, we actually have a cityscape this time. A sudden knock drew your attention, causing you to sit up straight. When you realized it wasn't coming from the door, but the window, your head snapped towards it. You didn't even have to question who it was. There was only one person who would come tapping at your window, especially at night. You moved closer and looked out, sure enough seeing the familiar head of green hair on the other side of the glass. In only a moment, you had the window unlatched and open for him to enter. Cove pulled himself in through the window with ease, standing straight in your room and dusting himself off. Cove, what are you doing here? When he saw you, he seemed worried, and he ran a hand through his hair before speaking. I came to the front door. I wanted to just come by, but your mom told me they didn't know if you should be bothered right now, that I should come back later. I knew they wouldn't have said it like if you were working on... I knew they wouldn't have said it like if you were working on some school stuff or whatever, so I got worried. I thought something bad happened. Then you climbed up the side of my house? He smiled, feeling unrepentant for disregarding your mom's ruling. How else was I supposed to get in? He couldn't quite believe he had really shown up for you like this. Then again, you shouldn't have been surprised. He was always there for you.
Are you okay?
Well, what happened? Cove pulled your desk chair next to your bed and sat down, his long legs bent in front of him. You fidgeted a little with your bed covers, not quite knowing what to say, but he was willing to wait. There's a lot going on right now. It's nothing. You didn't speak to him. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you're here. My parents are dead. It's not funny, it's just the way it's said. Maybe the way I said it. I don't know. It's just... What in the hell? You'd probably say there's a lot going on right now. Cove looked at you in confusion, his eyebrows dipping. What is it? My parents from before my mom's died when I was a baby. Moms didn't say how, maybe they don't know, but there wasn't any other family I could live with, so that's why I got adopted. Without having to say anything else, Cove reached out and pulled you into a tight embrace, his familiar warmth enveloping you. I'm sorry, Gad. His words were whispered comfortingly into your shoulder. You don't have to do this. I'm okay. You started to cry. You took a step back from him. I think we would start to cry here. You pressed your face into the crook of his neck, unable to stop the tears. The hold he had on you tightened. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking in a heavy breath and launching into the story. Cove sat quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then or taking in a sharp inhale. Silence settled between you as Cove sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you. Dad.
I'm so sorry.
I'm really sorry about what happened to your parents. So sorry. He stopped suddenly and took in a deep, shaky breath, and you got the impression he was struggling with what was right to say. I'm sad I'll never get to know them. I feel bad that I don't feel worse about it. I'm just so mad. He shrugged his shoulders, not knowing how to feel. This one might be accurate. Everything was so overwhelming, it was difficult to get a good grasp. Gad, you're not doing anything wrong. You know that, right? I think that you can be as sad as you want for as long as you need, or you can feel okay about it whenever you want, too. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as he looked out towards the window.
It's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you feel about it is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be different. See, that's a W homie right there. Thank you, Cove. He cried sadly. He cried in relief. He nodded. Thank you, Cove. His words made you feel better, and you know it was true. You didn't have to apologize or make any excuses for the way you felt about it at all. Cove smiled at you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting. And your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related. You're definitely family. I can see that, and I hope you can too. He felt the reassurance in his eyes. A knock on the door made you look up, though. Though before you could even move, it swung open and Elizabeth stood in the doorframe. She walked closer, and you didn't quite know what to do or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Would you mind going? I want to talk to just Gad. You can come back. It's not going to be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. Can't ask that. You nod your head in agreement. I want to talk to you too. We would nod our head in agreement, I think. I think this is a sibling thing, you know, like, we would be there for each other, and hopefully Cove would understand that, like, this is just something between us, you know, like. If she wanted to talk to you in private, it was obviously about something important. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did Moms tell you about your parents too? I don't want to talk about it. My birth parents also died. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
Sorry.
Why did you want to talk to me? I went to see you and you didn't even answer. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the news.
What?
I didn't hear anything. Shutting everything out with loud music was very typical of your sister. You didn't feel much less confused though. Why did you stop doing that then? She shook her head as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. It was pretty crappy of you to just bail. I'm amazed you noticed I was unkind. Thank you for thinking of me. I'm not mad at you. You're quietly surprised by her admission. I'd probably say, like, either thank you for thinking of me or I'm not mad at you. Because, like, I wouldn't be. It's kind of an understanding situation, you know? Like, even if she needed time and, like, at the moment I'd be like, damn, she's ignoring me. Like, you know, it is what it is. I think we'd be okay with it, right? We're family. We're siblings. It's just a sibling thing to do. She stuck her nose up a little at that, but her smile was soft. I'm okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me. How are you allowed to be that mature? The lightning of spirits in her were quickly.
Cheers, love! The cavalry's here!
Jules, we're gonna snooze these ads real quick. Welcome on in, Raiders. Jules, how was Red Dead? Did you make it through character creation? Actually, I saw that you did. A double Jules raid though. Yesterday and today. Thank you so much, Jules. I appreciate you. Yeah. Tell me about the rest of your stream. How did it go? How was Red Dead? Thank you for the shout out. Y'all go follow Jules. She's hilarious, frustrating. she's a good friend of mine, and only time I'll ever do that. Thank you, GBC. And I enjoy her streams thoroughly. Her and Celine are wonderful people, and yeah, I'm grateful to have them in my life. But welcome on in, everybody. My name is Gad. If you weren't here yesterday, or if you're new here today, I like to run retro games as well as community games that people want me to play, and this is one of them. And I've been having a good time with the voice acting and the story, and living our life as we would in situations like this. But welcome on in, everybody. So far we kept up with the less than an hour yapping, right? We've been doing great about that. And we snooze the ads so that we're not gonna run into ads. No, you haven't? What do you mean? It hasn't even been an hour of yapping yet. You're over the hour? Bullshit. BS. I'm calling BS on that. Without the voices? You're supposed to get free stuff, but it's not giving you your free stuff? What do you mean? Who isn't giving you your free stuff? Is it the game? The Red Dead game? Rockstar? They need to give you your free stuff. It might be over an hour. It might not be bullshit. We did talk a lot that last session about family and like, yeah, fuck Rockstar. Yeah, fuck Rockstar. But Undead Nightmare, best Red Dead Redemption. I need to play 1. I still need to play 1. I haven't played the first game. I still need to play the second game. Although I've seen the second, I've seen my ex play it. I own the second game. It's one of those hard games for me to play because she played it a lot and I was there for her a lot when she played it, and like there's a lot of memories tied to the game. Even though I didn't play it. Damn camera! Grrr! This camera's gonna make me crash out. In Nightmare you can get the horsemen's horses. Nice. Yo, Hemp is alive. I thought I tried to look for him, but I didn't see it. They're really fucking hard to tame, I bet. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. We're going through one of the last moments that we have for our teen years, and we're talking about family and being adopted, and like our parents told us what happened to Elizabeth's parents as well as our parents, and it turns out that both of our biological parents, who were different parents, different sets of biological parents, had died, and nobody was there to claim us, so to say. And we got adopted by our moms. And so this is both of them, we're in the aftermath of it, both of them trying to like talk about it and be there for each other and kind of understand it themselves. So when does Vin Diesel show up? Maybe you'll see him in the window back there, right? Oh wait, you can't see the window. I'm blocking the window. There's a window behind where my face is. There you go, there's the window. Maybe he'll pop up in that window over there. welcome on in, everybody. We're gonna get back to it. The lightning spirits in her were quickly gone as she slipped back into a scowl. You have to be born in the US to become president. What? She had never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never going to be president, but it just feels weird. Having stuff taken away, not even getting a chance at it. That's fair. I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was going to have a completely different life. So different, I can't even think about what it looked like in my head. Oh, the what if situations, Elizabeth, they never end well. And even to this day, like, I still struggle with what if situations, right? And I'm sure many of us do. But the what if situations never end well. Because even if you could think of a situation that goes forward, that doesn't mean that situation is going to be any better or any worse than the decision that happened, right? So it's kind of a moot point to think about what if situations, because the what if situation would be so drastically different. Something's been added to chat. It's not even showing up. Let me refresh chat. There it goes. That's a lot of family. So that's why you gotta be careful with what if situations. Let me pull up Hemp real quick. I don't know why he wasn't showing up earlier. Oh, because he just went live. That's why. Family better. But yes, welcome on in, everybody. I know I say that a lot, but thank you so much, Jules. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you trusting me with your community and the people who care about you. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling, and then my parents died, and I was adopted, and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. That's just, I mean, that's a hard realization to go through of life, right? Because that is what life is. There's a choice, like, you know, there's like, I always think of, like, what if I didn't spend all that time with my ex, you know, 10 years of us being together. And it's like, sure, I would have had a different life. I could have had a job as a video game developer. I could have done a lot of other things, but I would have missed out on everything that happened to me, the good and the bad. And just because I would have been able to take my life steered in a different direction doesn't mean things would have worked out for me anyway, right? Anything could happen, good or bad, and that's just life. And that's a tough lesson to learn at such a young age, you know. It's just part of life. I can't go back to what it was, even if I wanted to. A heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. That's a good way of phrasing it. I feel like that too. You knew exactly how she felt. I don't really understand. You're right, that's why I'm gonna stay antisocial from now on. Hey, that choice of itself is another thing, right? That's just that's another choice. That's another, that being antisocial will have its own outcome, right? Its own trials and tribulations, its own hurt, its own relief. You can't get away from life, no matter which path you choose. That's the sad thing about it. And then kind of the happy thing about it. Just life is always going to be life, and no matter which which way you choose. That's you. I mean, I'm not the one who's got to live it, but it's just life. And I am saying it, so yeah, you're right. It was a confusing feeling to have lived one way for so long as you can remember, but not having it be what was originally yours. Again, this is like, what was originally yours? Like, what does that even mean? Because, like, even if we did live up to this time with our own parents, okay, maybe the opposite way is what I'm thinking. Originally ours is the life that we had, right? Our moms, like, it's just the way our life went. It's the cards that we were dealt. You know, our moms adopting us is originally ours, our origin story. The origin story doesn't change with just because, you know, we have different family members or whatnot. Like, you know, sure, you could go into the what ifs, but again, the what ifs aren't reality. So Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was a day. Nothing came up to make me ask a question. It was just something I've had on my head recently. When it was just me and Mom's in the living room, I just kind of said it. Finally. And there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Gad. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I had already figured a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. Technically, one of them could have been related to you. I kept listening to Elizabeth. It really doesn't change anything? I'll keep listening. Nothing about the family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. She's got a good head on her shoulders then for thinking that. If you had hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulders against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little sibling.
She said it best. He smiled softly at her. You jokingly groaned at the prospect. You pumped her back. You hugged her. Oh, that's a hug moment. That is a hug moment right there. Took a few seconds, but she gave you a quick squeeze in return. You'll always be my family too. I think I'm really lucky. He took in the moment quietly. Yeah, you'll always be my family too. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. We should probably head downstairs and make sure moms are okay. It's been a long day for everybody. Family, exactly. You get it, GBC. You get it. He gave her a nod. Down we go. You met up with Cove just outside the room and made the short trip to the lower floor of your home together. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped into the living room, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. They both got to their feet when they noticed the arrival, and Ma gave you a careful smile. It seemed they were too concerned to really register that Cove was inexplicably here now, despite being turned away at the door earlier. I was just thinking about that. But, yeah, we have an ad break that's about to happen. We do 3 minutes of ads today. We have 50 to 55 minutes of ad-free gameplay. During that time, we take a break. We get up, we stretch, we move around, we groove around, we get some water, we get some snacks. We do whatever we need to. And we encourage you to do the same. We take a break from the gaming, so don't worry about missing a thing. If you can't take 35 minutes for yourself every hour, what can you give yourself? Do it for you. Don't watch the ads if you don't need to or want to. And just take that time back for yourself. We'll be here. We'll be talking to y'all. And we'll continue our life whenever we come back from the ad break. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. We caught up on our social media. That's what we did during our ad break. We hope you all had a wonderful break. Let's continue our life. As things got real this episode, and family is it's family, you know? It seemed they were too concerned to really register that Cove was inexplicably here now, despite being turned away at the door earlier. They probably know, right? We're so glad to see you. Hi. Sorry for walking away before. Everything's alright. You said nothing. Hi, sweetheart. Ma then came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you.
Love you.
We really couldn't have asked for better kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say. I know they have a similar voice, but like, oh man. Right in the feels. Moms. He smiled as a comfort. You were so glad your moms were alright. You're smushing me. I love you too. It was a nice moment and you enjoyed it for as long as you could. Am I not offline? Why am I seeing Jigs go play Monster Hunter? I'm not offline. There you go. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you. And you knew then that you all had each other, and you always would. Hey, I hope you're alright. Lee came up towards you. I saw a smile plastered on her face. Are you okay, Elizabeth? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed a breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side.
Fine.
I'm doing fine. Lee nodded, though you could tell she didn't quite believe her. Well now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally.
I love the sound of that. Okay. Cove looked a little bashful, likely over being included as part of the family, but he tried not to pay much attention to it. Why not? You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood, if she hadn't even teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be there. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we can do here in the house with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remembered the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. Maybe we can do our show. You were bummed you never got to do it after all that. You weren't so keen on that now after what had happened. Yeah, let's go for it. A show? This is the first time we're hearing of this. I'm intrigued.
Wonderful.
It would be amazing if you put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you've cooked up. That'd be cool. Wasn't Elizabeth's voice, but it's okay. He smiled at Lee, who returned the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining table and set them in a row in the living room where there was enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered the supplies you needed and rehashed the plan one last time. You listened through the song you had chosen one last time. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. The group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of them on your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. You felt nervous all of a sudden. You were pumped for the show. You were unsure how to feel, but pumped. The time you and Lee had put into practicing was worth it. You were ready to go. Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came up with it today, but we promise it'll be good. You stay quiet. Thank you for being here tonight. No refunds. You're gonna be really impressed. No refunds. That's hilarious. Laughter rippled through the mini audience. Then you nodded at Lee that you were ready to begin. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting the few beats it took to get into the song, and started singing. Your part of the song joined in just a few moments later, and you smiled at each other as you sang together. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers, and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo! Bravo!
Good job.
You're so talented. Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Cope was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and Lee with a smile on his face.
That's nice.
Nice job. Thank you. You're a really great singer, Gad. It was cool. Thanks. That was pretty good, huh? He blushed and said nothing. Luckily, we had a crowd who's easily impressed. Welcome. Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way, although she did describe the show as cute, which you knew she meant as kind of kiddie. You laughed it off, however, and you were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be a part of the family you had. That was a wonderful moment to have. And then that's it! We don't get to see any of this. Oh, there's a siblings one too. Damn, that would have been good. All of these seem good. There's a birthday in there, a mall visit, summer work. Okay. Escapade, soiree. These all double? Another one? Okay, well, I mean, sure. But that's it. We finished the teenage years. And I'm sure all of these stories would be wonderful to go through. And more experiences, more moments. And you know, just overall a wonderful time. Maybe we'll revisit this game in the future. I know we don't really have a lot of time on our hands, but yeah, who knows, you know? Maybe we get to see more of this game eventually at some point. I know there's different like routes to take, different pathways to take, and maybe if it's like suggested again, we can do like more of the DLC stuff, right? Maybe we can get some of that and all that good stuff. But that'll have to be for a next time thing and not a now playthrough. I really enjoyed this and I really want to see more of the moments eventually. And maybe we will. And then summer ended. Say goodbye to our teenage years. This is it. We made it to step 3. Or maybe not yet. There's no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow you're heading to class. You already did. You were excited to go back. Anxiety gnawed at your stomach. It was a bummer. You were feeling muddled. You know, we'd be excited to go back. We love learning. That's something we've always loved. And personally, we would get to see our friends again, even though I know like Cove and stuff was here with us, but though summer had been fun, you took in your fill, and now you were longing for fresh excitement. A new school year was full of potential. You got dressed, not envisaging the day before you, but contemplating what lay ahead of you tomorrow. Life was sure going to be different. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school stretched out for the majority of the year, whereas summer vacation was just a break in the middle. Sick fuck. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal. What did your normal life really mean? Ooh, that's a good question to have. You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kid. You dimly recognized that 1 year. You dimly recognize that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. It is hard to imagine. You'd gotten distracted, one arm still out of a sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. This season had brought about plenty of changes on its own, like Kyra's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. You were happy you'd finally gotten the chance to know her. You had become extremely fond of her. You didn't really like her. Your mind wasn't made up on how you felt about her. You didn't care one way or another. We'd be happy to finally get a chance to know her, right? She was interesting to be around. You liked how easy it was to talk to her. You finished dressing, which was good. Hope would be here any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you around to his house when she was ready to set it off. But you both knew that you'd be hanging out at least for a little while beforehand. Kira's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been such a change, thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. The next thought that crossed your mind was, it would only be polite to get the door for Cove. You went downstairs to wait. You couldn't wait to see Cove. You went downstairs to meet him when you arrived. Cove knew your house well enough. You could lounge in your room to wait for him. We'd be excited to see him, right? You bounded down the stairs, your hand gliding over the rail. You wanted to make sure you got there first. If you didn't hurry, your moms might answer it. It was only a few moments later when the doorbell rang. As you'd chosen to stand beside it to wait for Cove, there was no delay in pulling it open. Cove was there, just as you'd expected. Seeing you, he flashed a bright grin. Hey, Gad. Took you long enough. You only live across the street. You stuck your tongue out at him as you ushered him inside, then bustled him up the stairs. Back up in your room, you sat down on your bed and waited for Cove to settle in as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but with Cove, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. You rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angles so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some time. She's still got to shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving, just when I'm getting used to her being here every day. He leaned back in the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. Yeah, he nodded. He'll be back. Time's going by so fast. Maybe we say this one. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water following a dip in the sea. The conversation lapsed into another comfortable lull. Cove swung his feet underneath the seat of the chair, eyes resting on you. Having him over here was so nice. No matter how you spent the time, you always felt better for being in his company. You couldn't help but adore him, both as a friend and in a way that plucked at your heart, a vague yearning for more. Maybe it was because summer was almost over that your feelings were rushing in on you now, like high tide at the end of a long day. Summer was such a meaningful time for the two of you. Not only because it was when you first met, but because it was a season that you could spend almost entirely as you please, and you both chose to spend it together. You want to let Cove know how much you liked them? You didn't know completely what you felt? You were too scared to let him know? You weren't ready to admit it to Cove now. I think we're ready, right? I don't know. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to let him know. It's the last day of summer, right? Like, the timing feels right. The timing just feels right. Now was the time. You couldn't go another day without expressing these feelings you had. You spoke words of affection. You confessed by kissing him. You asked if you could kiss him. Oh boy. We could speak some words of affection. That's kind of more of our style anyway. It was best to be direct with Cove. You didn't want to leave room for ambiguity and misunderstanding at such an important moment. Cove was your friend. You had always been friends. He meant a lot to you, but you knew deep down that wasn't really all he was. Not anymore. You had to let him know. Again, this is where I differ on how viewing relationships, because being something more, I guess, like what does that even mean in the sense of a relationship, right? Because you can have, like I was saying earlier, you can have different sorts of connections while still being in a friendship, and have like a deeper meaning of friendship or closeness while still remaining friends. And I know, like, this game is going from like friendship, like, you know, just building up a system of like step A to step B to step C to step D when it comes to love and stuff like that. But that's not how love works, or at least how I see how love works. And it's more of like, it's about what y'all build together, and it's okay to have a deeper understanding of your friendship, but it's like, I guess this is just a talking of transitioning from one step to the next, but again, it's just kind of like, it's just not how it works for me. I don't know. It's not really this whole like end game of deeper meaning. It just is, right? And there's not really a label that needs to be put on anything. Boundaries, sure. And within those boundaries, like, you decide how y'all want to build that relationship, that friendship, that romantic interest, that love, with love being universal. But it's definitely one of those where I differ in how I view like relationships and how the game views it. Again, I don't, there's not anything wrong with it, how they view it. I just don't think it's how I would view it. You looked at him. You looked directly at him, Cove. He had already been watching you, but he lifted his head attentively at the call. Your cheeks were as hot as if you were standing in the midday sun. Cove raised an eyebrow. Your heart raced. The sound rang in your ears, shutting out everything else. I know you're crushing on me, and I feel the same about you. I like you, Cove. I really, really like you. I have a crush on you. You're pretty and wonderful and the best person I know. I like you so much. It was just too difficult to get the words out no matter how much you wanted. Dang. We would... How will we answer this in our teenage years? This is tough, right? Maybe I have a crush on you. Cole froze in his seat, the only emotion coming from his widening eyes. With a jolt, you realized that was literally the only thing he was doing. He hadn't taken a single breath since you uttered the words. Did I take your breath away? While it was a good quip, Cove didn't react immediately. You began to worry about him passing out. That would be awkward to explain to everyone. I'd like to give it back. Breathe? Cove still had no response. You're starting to clamber off the bed towards him when finally he sucked in a deep breath. Okay. His voice cracked on the second syllable. The words at odds with his nervous appearance. His eyes were darting around, unsure of where to place them. I don't know what to do now. I don't either. You don't have to do anything. You tell me how you feel. Calm down. You laughed. You shrugged. Maybe I could ask him how he feels about me, to see if there's a reciprocation. I really want to know. Both tense, his breathing short and quick. His hands were gripping his knees tightly, like a bird's claws around a branch in a gale, desperately clinging onto safety and stability. Yeah, thank you for that, before. He couldn't help but crack a slight smile at his sudden formalness. He could tell it was ridiculous too. Sorry for being weird. It's just, I kind of thought or hoped that sometime something like this might happen, with us talking about liking each other. You did? You were thinking about it before? He nodded ever so slightly. Your face felt a lot harder after that. Cove brightened a little at your positive reaction, and his explanation continued. I, could sort of picture how it might go. What it'd be like with you and me. But just the first part, I couldn't ever imagine anything that come after, and now it's actually happened. We're there. He took another deep breath, stuttering on the exhale. This makes things different. Things don't have to be different. I pretty much imagine you'd react like this. This is hard for me. Should we find a crystal ball for answers? Saying things don't have to be different is kind of like, I mean, things are different, right? Things are always going to be different now that, like, there's a new boundary that's trying to be set. And, like, to say things aren't different is just, things aren't different between them, maybe, like, no, even then, right? Because there's still, you have new boundaries activated. You have new, for lack of a better term, new moments that you can experience together. New experiences that y'all can go on with, because there's more of there's more included in those boundaries, right? So saying things don't have to be different is kind of like, that's not true. I pretty much imagine you'd react like this. Feels kind of pompous, but like, sorry. I knew it was gonna happen and wanted to say it anyway. He chuckled in disbelief at the situation. That was all he could do. His breathing started to level out once again, slowing at a usual steady rhythm. He closed his eyes, drawing himself up as he inhaled deeply. Each word he spoke next was delicate. Dad, I like you too. A lot. Probably way too much. He ducked his head bashfully and opened an eye, peeking at you through the hair that had fallen over his face like a veil. He managed to smile.
Thanks for waiting for me.
His eyes sparkled just looking at you. His affection transparently clear. He never could hide what he was feeling, and you couldn't be more grateful for that day. You smiled at him, you hugged him, you went to kiss him, you breathed a sigh of relief, you felt very shy, you had to laugh. We're going for another hug. We like hugging Cove. He got up close. You got up, closing the short distance between you and Cove and wrapping your arms around him. Startled, Cove flinched, just as the groaning chair rolled back across the floor. He looked down to meet your eyes and giggled nervously. The result of your impulsive action was that Cove was confined to your computer chair. Despite that, he did his best to wind his arms around you in return. It was a little awkward, but even with the benefit of hindsight, you wouldn't have changed a thing. The strength of your feelings had demanded immediate action. It felt so nice to hold each other that way, now that everything was out in the open. Finally, you let one another go. As she straightened up, Cove rose and stood opposite you. Cove then pressed a hand on his creased forehead.
Oh my god.
Does this mean I'm your boyfriend or something now? Should we tell our parents? I don't know what dad or mom would do. There was a lot of concerns in there. You honed in on the simplest. There's no way your moms would let you have a boyfriend, even though that word juxtaposed with Cove's name made your heart race. I want you to be at least something, but I probably can't. It's not fair. I wish we were older. It's okay. Doesn't matter though. We like each other and that's what's important. He didn't know what to say. This is probably the something I would say. Nothing anybody else thought about your relationship changed what it was between the two of you. Cove lifted his hand from his chest and reached towards you, halting halfway, and slowly, cautiously, hooked his fingers around yours, his palm pressed against the back of your hand. You let him hold your hand, you held his hand back. You rotated your hands so that you were palm to palm with Cove, your thumbs crossing one another. We got an achievement. We can get it to work. We always figure things out sooner or later. You're temporarily struck speechless, your usual directness punctured by his honest belief in what you had together. Yeah, you're right. We're a pretty good team. Chuckling, Cove smiled at you and tightened his grip on your hand. Gad, Cove. The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom's ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep that mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Miss Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you both could cross the street. The door's open. That must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. You smiled at him reassuringly. He gave his back a pat. You rested your hand on his arm. This isn't the last time you'll ever see her. Don't smile at him. You weren't sure what to say or how else to react other than being there to support him. Cove's bottom lip quivered, and he turned away. Thanks. At that, some of the conflict warring on his face eased a bit. Together you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey kids. Good timing. I just called a taxi.
Hi.
And hi Gad, so glad that I get to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I'm really happy I got to meet you too. I hope you had a good time visiting. Bye. You didn't say anything in response. We'd be happy. We were happy to meet them. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kira turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and she kept them locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
I'm so happy this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. And then Cove stiffened. Kira loosened her bond on him enough to study his face, concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched him carefully. His smile began to falter. Cove sighed and his gaze flickered over to you for a moment, and then just as quick, it was back on his parents.
Okay.
It's alright.
Really?
Are you sure? I don't want to do it now. I can tell Dad later. Nervously, you watched the exchange with the growing suspicion that Cove didn't want to have that conversation while you were there. You wondered if you should offer to leave, then Kira gave Cove a pat on the head.
Alright.
You can always call me if you want me to be a part of the conversation, okay? I'll call. Thanks, Mom. Cliff still looked baffled about what Kira and Cove were referring to, but you watched as his shoulders slowly relaxed. You figured that he decided to wait for Cove to be ready to talk to him. And with Cliff's silence, things seemed to be settled for now. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived. Rolling up in front of the house and in clear view of the open door, Kira stood up, smiling sadly. Well, that's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kira as you filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kira's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably. He waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hey Gad, hi Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off a little bit ago. Thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
Sorry, you picked a busy time. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. Derek came to hang out often, so it was inevitable that the two had met at some point at the season. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I could do to help? Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kira took one last at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling. But Kira still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk in the door at home, otherwise we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there. I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. Kyra put... I know I'm saying Kyra. Kyra, however, I'm flipping. Kira put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom! I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap to the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped an arm across his back. Bye, Mom. Bye. Travel safe. Kira rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to call out with your family and hers. Wave goodbye, watch quietly. I won't call out. As you added your voice to the others, you watched Kira's smile grow larger. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. He got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. He jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. He smiled when you looked at her. This was a great vacation, huh? Yeah, I don't think so. He nodded in agreement. Shrugged. I don't know. Summer isn't over until the second I fall asleep. We're gonna go with yeah. That's what I was hoping to hear. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth.
Well,
Mom clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I can do? Your moms exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head.
how sweet.
That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged. It's okay, I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. He wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Mom tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You all can come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased smile. I appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I could help too. With as many people as you're feeding, there's gonna be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who are inviting you in. Mom raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off. I insist. Derek will be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged. An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expect him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment. I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face. So, what now? You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Wanna go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Liv, thank you so much for the lurk. I swear I had a different lurk message than that. Did I not? Hope I'm enjoying the game and having a wonderful night. I am 100%. This game is very, very charming. And my evening has been fantastic. I hope Rivals is going well, or went well with you. Did you finish South of Midnight? You don't have to answer that. I know you're lurking. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Wait, what did you miss? Oh, I asked if you finished South of Midnight. And then I realized you were lurking, and I was like, oh wait, you don't have to answer that. You did, it was amazing. You said it's over. Dang. I had to catch the end of that stream. It looked like an amazing game. It looked like it went places, and it looked like it was a lot of fun. Let's do it. Okay. If you guys really want to. There's nothing else to do. We're about to end our teenage years and enter the young adult years. So we made a lot of progress today over yesterday, which we yapped. Beautiful message, phenomenal art, music, and voice acting. Ooh. It's definitely one I want to check out for sure. You stroll across the road as a group, down to the beach and then to the left. Yeah. I figured, like, I figured I would like it. Like, it definitely looks like one of the games that I would like. For sure. So I'll have to check it out sometime. Took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. Before you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool! He ran over to the street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat? Please, Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss at the shopping street. No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want and do whatever. That's so neat. That's so neat. Would we be able to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet, I mean. I just found out it's a possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. I'm sure we think about it. We could plan a show that'd really get a crowd pumped. Thought it was a great idea and wanted to be a part of it. He felt he could try this idea on his own. He thought Derek needed to abandon that idea stat. He gave a look to the other two. Yeah, it's a great idea. Oh yeah, we should totally do it. Woo!
Nice.
I knew I could count on you. Now we just need the act. It'll come to us. Right. With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland. You know this is a world with what... Okay, I see what they're saying. You know this is a world that looks like 9 continents? I think you're both wrong. You wanted to side with Cove? You backed up Derek. You agreed with your sister. No, it's Australia. You stayed out of it. We'll join in. The other 3 giggled at your interjection. Suddenly Cove froze. He stared at him, and then tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove sighed. Neither of them were too happy to see him again. You stood there shocked. You glared at Jeremy. You waved at Jeremy. You decided to smile at Jeremy. He looked away. Don't glare at him. You narrowed your eyes and projected your dislike. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without the hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid. Huh? She still didn't get it. That first day of summer hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her than it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with his parents that he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see of him. You mentioned that realization to everyone. You kept that thought to yourself. We can say it out loud. Well, that should be the last time we'll see a bowl cut. I bet he's about to get out of here since the summer's over. Yeah, I guess we won't have to worry about that guy anymore. Derek kicked at a little rock in the road. It clattered forward and then rolled under a stall. But I still think it's kind of sad Jeremy turned out to be, well, like he is. It would have been nice to make another friend. Cove shook his head. He was clearly not broken up over what might have been. Good riddance. I think I might want to see him again sometime. Maybe we'll become nicer in the future. I'm happy it's over. Stay quiet. Don't be optimistic about it. Elizabeth rolled her eyes as a strange farewell to the odd boy, not interested in the slightest. She clearly didn't understand his impact, and at this point she didn't want to understand. You couldn't help but wonder though, what would have happened if you would have interacted with Jeremy more? What kind of response did we have? Oh, we were like, we kind of just told him to shove off pretty much. We didn't tackle him or anything like that, but we also weren't kind to him. He was mean and like we were just like, fuck this guy. Like, we don't need to be nice to you. So we just kind of like let him be mean, and we were kind of like mean back to him. Was the lunge at him? Oh, I wanted to hit that. Like that was the second option that I was gonna choose. That was the second option we were gonna choose because it got heated. Like I felt like lunging at him would be something that eventually would happen. But we told him off. We told him off instead. You don't insult my friends. I think that's, I don't remember which one we said. But yeah, it's that same kind of sentiment. Jeremy was unlike anyone you've ever met before. You thought he was horrible. You thought he was weird. You thought he was stupid. You thought he was kind of pitiful. You thought he was kind of okay. You didn't know what to think about him. I probably think he was stupid. That's something we would think. You and the group moved on from the stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left. As Elizabeth mentioned, the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet. Come on, guys, let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. If we have to, I can't wait. Phew, I had enough walking around. Homebound, here we go. He nodded silently. Can't wait. Cole stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. He looked at him appraisingly. You asked Cove to carry you back to the house? He nodded at him. Imagine. I could not imagine asking this. Oh boy. Then he followed Elizabeth as she took it upon herself to lead the way home. She walked fast, much faster than Derek preferred. She kept gaining a lead, and then Derek would jog back up to the group. With Cove's long legs, he had no trouble keeping up. We moved to the front with Elizabeth. You walked side by side with Cove. You stayed with Derek. Yeah, we're gonna walk with Cove. You kept close to your neighbor. You both chatted about things you've seen at the shopping street, with Derek chiming in ever so often. You caught Cove smiling at you a couple of times. He was happy you were spending time with him. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time, you had made it back. Derek got to the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. So, did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware have already been placed out. You took your normal seat, Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right. But he blushed a little and began fidgeting with his silverware. His dad was the first to pick up on his extra awkwardness, but your moms weren't far behind. The parents shared looks at Cove's reaction. It seemed that he was struggling with how to act normal around his dad or your parents, or both, after what happened between the two of you upstairs. Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. I really liked it. It was okay, I guess. Yeah, the bank heist went off without a hitch. This is a funny answer. I think I'm gonna have to go with this one. Your joke got some chuckles going around the table. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. You just got the normal B? Hell yeah. I got the EX one from the little EX decks that you can get. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big over for a meal. That's the one you're talking about? Oh, hell yeah. Nice, nice, nice. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Wonder Pig? Hell yeah. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As you passed Cove his drink, your hands touched. Cove froze. He had already let go, not yet realizing that he was too distracted to function in the moment. The glass fell down to the table, landing with the sharp clatter of glass on wood. Cove scooted his chair back with a restrained shout.
Sorry.
You picked Tink for the deck? I'll have to look him up. I'll have to look up which one you're talking about. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, okay. I'm sorry, I'll go get a towel or something. He looked around in a frantic panic, as if an object to soak up the water would magically appear if he turned his head fast enough. His dad bit his lip in worry, rising from his own seat.
Well,
Cove, what's going on? You've been a little out of it today. Did something happen? Cove tensed, frozen again. He stared at the water on the table's top as if he wanted to sink in it. He spoke up to cover Cove. You blanked on anything that could be said. You admitted what happened between the two of you. They had to find out sometime. You accidentally blurted it out. Oh boy. Maybe we'd speak up to cover for Cove. I don't think we'd admit to our parents anything. If something did happen, you should wait for Cove to want to talk about it. Trying to make him say anything in front of everybody wouldn't be good. This is such a... oh no. Mr. Holden nodded slowly. He still seemed worried, but after another look at Cove, he smiled sympathetically.
right.
Well said, Gad. I'm here when you're ready, son.
Of course.
Cove breathed a sigh of relief and shot you an apologetic look. You gave him an exaggerated wink when heads turned away from you. As everything got set up, Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
No.
And you shouldn't slouch. He pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be polite to guests at the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long and long suffering. Ma giggled and Mr. Holden chuckled. A lot of you can learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of all his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behavior.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true, though. You've been a lovely guest. I've noticed that, too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. And do you have anything good to say about our other guests? He looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Cove's frown. I'm not gonna say I'm guilty of that, but I'm totally am. Cove frowned at that and absentmindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your mom's laughed slightly. Elizabeth, you should know after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Manners. Who cares? I don't think it's that big of a deal. You teased Cove for his bad habits. You complimented Derek on his politeness. You joked that Derek was basically an adult. You kept quiet and took a bite of food. Me neither. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple of games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms, and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised an eyebrow, and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized that he was standing right in front of the phone where the receiver was placed. Yo, we got an ad break that's about to happen. We do 3 minutes of ads so that we have 50 to 55 minutes of ad-free gameplay. During that time, we take a break and we encourage you to do the same. Get up, grab some water, grab a snack, go use the bathroom, do whatever you need to do. We're gonna pause the game. We'll be back after 3 minutes. And yeah, we'll see you soon. I'm gonna use the bathroom myself. So I will be right back. This is a wonderful game. This is such a charming game. Pizza time! You can't count the ad breaks, dude. This is ad break. You stopped after the hour, what's up? Alright, bud.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
You got it, GBC. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. We hope you had a good time doing what you needed to. Welcome back in. Let's continue on with the stream. And making our way towards the next level of life. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Her sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Gad. You hugged Cove goodbye. You patted Cove on the back. You nudged Cove's shoulder. You ruffled Cove's hair. You waved. You gave him a hug. You stepped forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your arms. Cove hugged you back tightly, and his chest rumbled as he laughed. His cheeks were slightly red, especially when he looked over and noticed that Derek had watched the whole thing. Derek smiled amusedly.
Dude.
Seriously, dude? We'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. You offered Cove a high five, and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. You elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked at the ground distractedly.
Well,
That's still gonna be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Sounds great. One last trip for the day. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was quite a stroll. Sorry, it was a quiet stroll. Too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you had noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you notice a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up, but there wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. He turned away, and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground, and you raised an eyebrow. Everything okay? If you want to talk about something, I'm here. Derek, what's going on? He kept quiet. I'm a little sad. It's just, with school starting back up again, it's going to be harder to visit. I'm going to have homework and clubs and practices and everything.
this sucks.
It really sucks we go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? He channeled some optimism into the conversation. You shared those worries. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey, Gad, I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. There was a pause and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. I could be with a guy. Maybe. I don't know. You didn't answer them. I don't want to talk about that. I could be with a guy. Okay, then. He hesitated before finishing his question. So, what I mean is, just, is there any guy you think is kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that. He ducked his head further. You already knew the answer. He had confronted that very topic this afternoon. Well, I like Cove. I don't really want to say that. I'm okay with telling him. Derek chuckled and didn't look at all surprised. Yeah, I kinda thought so. That's cool. I really hope things work out. Thanks for answering my random questions. He shot you a thumbs up. Well, I hope you'll always be friends, no matter what. Even if we don't see each other for a long time, or even if we get really busy, I still hope. He cut himself off and met your eyes. There was something serious to him, sincerely worried that you'd fall out of friendship. I hope so too. I want us to be friends forever. We're always going to be friends. I don't know what's coming. He nodded silently. Derek smiled, mostly to himself. He seemed a little more like the usual. Then for sure we had to make the most of next year, then the year after that, and the year after that. He rambled on for a while about things. We'll just make the most of every year. Right. You smiled and felt like your friendship was still strong. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and phone were free. You took it easy, you called Lee. We can call Lee. You picked up the receiver and quickly punched in the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered. Hi Lee, can you talk? Definitely. We practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me. Ew, and I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you'll survive your first day. I'm looking forward to it. Then I have nothing to worry about. You'll have a better chance at surviving. And at least the summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Fondly, you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still so many you hadn't filled her in on yet. You reminisce about a moment of your summer. You moved on to talk about her. You began to speak about the road trip you took, that one day with the big shopping trip in the morning, the time you went to Co's house for dinner, that incredibly hot afternoon. Talk about the dinner. One night, Co's parents invited me over for dinner at their house for the first time. Mr. Holden made Mexican food. The meal was good. Mexican is yummy, so that's no surprise. What else happened? Played card games. I got the name of one of Co's pet fish. Just a really good night. It was a pretty terrible night. Got the name of one of Co's pet fish. What did you pick? Sorry, what did you pick? Sunbeam. Wow. Why hasn't Cove asked me to name one of his fish? He has a bunch, right? I had you bursting into laughter. You almost accidentally dropped the phone. She giggled in return. This seems like it'll end, right? Like, it's not going to be a back and forth. We either talk about me or we just move on to her, and that's how we move on the conversation. I don't want to be rude and not listen to her, but I think this is just... You began to speak. We talk about the road trip. I went on a vacation. Co's parents ended up inviting my whole family on an RV road trip. Whoa, that's awesome! It was a 3-day trip and we visited the Redwood National Forest. Lucky! The park was amazing. It was fun hanging out with everyone all together. I really liked riding in an RV for the first time. Co snuck up into the loft where I was staying. Oh yeah, we gotta get rid of T. Hope did what? Wait! She started at the beginning. It took a while until you stopped laughing from Lee's reaction long enough to tell her every detail of the story. He excitedly squealed more than once. I can't believe you've been holding out on me. It was such a juicy story. Nothing really happened. Keep telling yourself that. You have to keep me updated on what happens next. It was hard to focus on what she was saying. Your face was probably red right now, just thinking about what happened. began to speak about one day we took a big shopping trip in the morning, that incredibly hot afternoon. There was this day that Mom and Ma took me and Elizabeth on a big supply shopping trip. What made that so memorable? Lee chuckled, but you could hear the curiosity in her voice. I don't know, it just felt like a true summer day. I went surfing with Cove later. Cove taught me some surfing that day. I sat out late hanging out with Cove. Still feel like complaining about how the day went. He did teach us some surfing that day. Ooh, lucky. Was he a good teacher? You were happy that Lee couldn't see the blushing burning on your face. Your voice came out almost too soft, and you knew Lee was enjoying every bit of your embarrassment. Yeah. I remember the hottest day this summer. I could barely do anything and had to stay inside the entire afternoon. Learned more about my mom, so my parents acted really embarrassing the whole time. Cole was so hot at his house, he bummed around at mine all day. Cole came over, we made sandwiches together. Cole said I was cute. Well, he wrote it. Yeah, we definitely, I mean, this is the T right here, right? We were playing Hangman, and that's what he picked for me to figure out. You heard her audibly gasp. That's such a move! What did you do? You filled her in as much as you were willing, and she gratefully took in all the details. I think that's it, right? Someone else, you wanted to focus on your cousin now. Okay. What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Even though it was a phone call, you just knew that Lee was winking at you. You laughed, you shook her head. Come on, tell me. Good, I'm glad you picked the right answer. We can laugh at that. Alright, okay. So a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing! You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you both were yawning at to each other over the phone. Before you go, there's one other thing. I told Cove I had a crush on him today. You knew word about what happened would get to Lee, but you didn't want to bring it up now. No, hell yeah, we're going to talk to Lee about this. There was a pause of silence. Knowing your cousin, you decided to pull your ear away from the phone. As expected, a screech loud enough for you to still make out clearly from a distance crackled through the speaker. When you felt it was safe, you put your phone back against your head. Lee was still gushing to herself through a little less loudly. Why didn't you say so sooner? He had to have liked you back, right? You two are almost perfectly perfect. You two are the most perfectly perfect pair ever. Tell me, please. You used the precious little time you had left to try filling her in as best as you were capable of in that moment. But soon the approach of curfew became too much for you to ignore, despite how excited the both of you were. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee. Night, Cat. Talk to you later. You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting you had to go to bed, so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove. When the surprise faded, you realized it really wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. You went outside to meet up with him, you ran out to go see him, you left him alone, smacked the window to get his attention. You opened the window to call out to him. We can go meet him outside. Strolling casually, you went over to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out at that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey. You had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your moms brought you back inside for bed. Hey, you're starting strong. Out late on the very first school night of the year? Chuckling, Cove crossed his arms. Seriously, what are you doing here? Nothing. Not really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. You should really go to sleep. I know how you feel. Feel good. Hope you feel better. You shrugged back. You nodded. Hope you feel better. His mouth pulled into a bent smile. He spoke so quietly that you almost missed it. I think I will. Cove let himself fall back onto his butt, and then all the way down, so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. You laid down yourself. You sat in the grass. You stood there. You sat on his chest. We can sit in the grass. You lowered yourself to sit nearby. He had been lost in thought, or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again.
Sorry.
I'm sorry for being kind of awkward when my mom was leaving. Surprised, you stared at him You stared at him a moment. You weren't expecting that. I just wanted you to know that I talked to my dad about how I felt and things. It's okay now. You were genuinely glad to hear that, and it brought a smile to your face, but your thoughts quickly wandered back to the first day you met Mr. Holden. Did his dad confess about that? From the way Cove talked, you guess he hadn't. So there was more Cove and his dad should talk about, but it was a relief to know they had made a start. Now was not a good time to bring up what you were thinking though. You could wait longer to say it. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response. He had no idea what to say. Then, still without a word from you, Cove shook his head strongly. What? It's you. Huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. That's what you do all the time, so I'm being you. You do it all the time too. So do you, Cove. You were stunned he noticed enough to take note of it. I don't do it that much. Not being able to argue with his assessment, you accepted it. He felt bashful about his joke. You were stunned he noticed enough to take note of it. There was no response that you could give, but you noticed Cove smiling softly at you. He wasn't trying to be mean with it. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Returning his smile, you realized there was no denying that you two have been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you then. With a final wave, Cove headed for home, but you stayed there for a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to his simple statement, see you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. It was hard not to think about Cove. There hadn't been enough time to really figure it all out after what happened between you. You felt excited, nervous, unsure. Feel excited about it. There was little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. Your eyes snapped open. Noises happened. You just tried to forget it. You stubbornly kept your eyes pressed shut. The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you can distinguish it was a tapping sound. Quiet, slow, but persistent. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the color of the light filtering into your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon, but that didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And just as you expected, there was your neighbor crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. He was wearing a wetsuit and a shy smile. Hi, Gad. He stared back, blinking. So technically we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Aw. Always. Here we go again. It's way too early, Cove. You're crazy. Cove, you're so cute. He gave a decisive nod. Call him cute. His smile widened affectionately. You rush to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed back down to ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out of your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted at your, to your destination and back to you. Family. You checked the door was closed, gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you begin to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers for fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer, and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead of you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. In between. So it's... What, in between what? Are we still teens? Like... I thought that was in between. Was it not? Maybe this is the end of it, right? Because we got to choose again, like the last time. I guess as we've grown, our face has changed from rounded to pointed. Our skin is still tan. Our eyes a little bit open, I guess. Maybe more rectangular. We're just kind of chilling, vibing. Our hair is gonna change though. Half shaved. Half shaved, pulled back. Okay, that doesn't look so bad. It doesn't really fit though, right? Maybe we'll just go with the half-shaved look. With the red hair? I can see it. Get rid of the acne. We got the rosy cheeks. That's a little too rosy. Our scars healed. No more scars. No birthmarks. Maybe our freckles came back. Let's see some nose freckles, right? Our hand size is still going to be large. Glasses. Maybe we don't need glasses anymore. Rectangular glasses aren't bad. You ever play tic-tac-toe? Yeah. A ring? Damn. Nah, no rings. Okay, headscarf. That's interesting. It's very inclusive. I was not expecting that. No, little nose ring. It's fine. Actually, oh shit. My bad. My bad. I didn't mean to scroll back up. I didn't mean to scroll back up. Damn it. Where's the red? Okay, there you go. Brother, what do you mean? It's an accident, man. It happens. This is why we had the save command, right? No more braces. We are finished with our braces. No, we don't need a ring. We don't want a ring. We want black nails with a nose ring. I feel like silver is a better color. Which makes me want to go and change the earrings to silver. It kind of makes me want to change our hair color too. The purple doesn't seem that bad. Not with this hairstyle. Seems acceptable. I kind of wish this was black and this was purple. And not all of it purple. But that's okay. Alright, I think that's it. Oh, we can get to love now? Interesting, interesting. Interesting. I feel like at this point in our lives, it's when we started getting more nervous about things, right? Not necessarily about Cove, but just in general, like life is venturing out into the world, right? A little nervous. I think nervous would suit us. That nervous love. Yes. All right. How is Cove looking now? Okay, hairstyle 3 is actually pretty dope. Glasses 2. Okay, okay. I'm kind of digging shirt 2. Oh god, not the white pants. Okay, yeah. Maybe with the T. The leather bracelet. And we can still, oh yeah, the beaded jewelry, that's pretty sick. His necklace is still pretty cool. What are these PJs? Those are so cool. All right. Oh, different colors. Oh yeah, I definitely like this blue to purple more. The pants can stay the same. With the pink swim trunks? Yeah, it's gotta be the pink swim trunks. Oh, honey. What are you going for, Ninja Turtle with this shirt? Like that design ain't it. I'm gonna tell you right now, Cove, that ain't it. Again, who am I to judge Cove's attire? Look at that smile he has on his face. You know, we can keep his personality, it's still the same. That works out. That works out for us. Okay. Since you're romantically interested in Cove and are old enough to start being physically affectionate more seriously, you can choose what initiative level he has throughout this step. Making sure the player experiences what they want is important in our life, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided. So we've added some flexibility in how it works. Okay, you got me here. Low initiative means that Cove will occasionally ask to touch the MC, and in those situations there will always be an opportunity to say yes or no. For example, he won't simply lean over and kiss the MC as a greeting or in an emotional moment. Every piece of physical interaction will either be initiated or approved by the player before it happens. Okay. Middle initiative means there will be those certain times when Cove requests to touch the MC, many chances to initiate affection on your own. And also, he will pretty regularly give affection automatically. One example would be giving the MC a kiss because he's happy, or emotional, or something else. And in other situations, you can choose not to make the first move in order to give Cove the space to be the one to act afterwards. Overall, the love interest can get romantic, but the player's agency will take priority. High initiative includes everything Middle does, but it also means that player agency will be reduced to a degree in favor of having Cove give physical affection even more frequently and less prompting. Instead of all the major affection giving situations being led by a choice menu for you to decide on, some will instead be replaced by Cove automatically. This level is only recommended if you're very comfortable with physical affection and would prefer to simply see it happen rather than always holding the reins on it. Okay. I feel like this is like sub, dom, and then switch, right? One is we have all the power, the other is Cove has all the power, and then the middle is just kind of like the middle ground where we'll initiate and he'll initiate. Right? Not like it's a bad thing. It's just a preference, right? So how do we want to go about this? We'll probably take the middle ground. Sometimes we'll be the ones showing affection, and sometimes we'll be the one receiving it. I think that's usually how we, like, you know, especially as an adult, that's how we would want things. However, this level is mostly relevant if Cove ends up as your official boyfriend at some point. It's fair. Situations where high-level initiative makes a difference tend to come up in scenes that are exclusive to being in a relationship. The parts that are also included in the middle initiative will also be seen whether you're dating or not. Once you pick your level, it can't be changed partway through the step. The only choice comes up at the very beginning of a story selection. We hope you enjoy whichever initiative option you decide on. We'll save it here. Right, and we'll go with the middle initiative. That way we can have some agency and let Cove do his thing. And we can just be kind of enjoying it as well as doing it ourselves, right? Alright, I don't know how old we are at the end of this. I guess we're about to find out, right? The start of classes ended the relaxed free days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much. With school and after-school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. Sometimes you'd hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. But you still kept in touch over the phone as best as you could. You kind of lost contact as time went on. No, we can keep in touch with Derek. He's the homie. Jeremy Kid did disappear after that summer, and no one heard from him again. Where he went or what he might be up to was a mystery. More summers came and went like the waves on the shore coming in and out. In your second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend Cove made due to both of them being ocean obsessed. Terry was more than glad to befriend you too. Someone close to Cove had to be good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her as well. Terry was tight with another girl who you had known distantly from school for a long time, Miranda Eckert. You saw more and more of her as time went on thanks to Terry and Miranda's own outreach. After a while, all of you developed a real friendship together. As for your home life, the Janglers also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings without questions. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the US. That was a good day, to say the least. Very true. Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. She no longer worried about perceived childishness as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, although most people used Liz. She eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though you kept in touch. Ko's relationship with his family improved over the years. Kira visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was also closer with his dad than ever before. You knew they talked more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. And Cove only continued to open up to his parents and the rest of the world. He was so bright, he shone. He would willingly join conversations, make jokes, and put in an effort to not use overly blunt phrasing. Cove's interests had shifted from when he was younger. He still enjoyed athletic activities on occasion, but now he gave time to more studious endeavors as well. Things had shifted between you and Cove, but in a way that most couldn't see. After all this time, he wasn't just your neighbor. He wasn't only your friend, or even a guy you were interested in. You were in love with him. You loved Cove. You knew that fact for certain. There was no one else you held those feelings for. Again, I wouldn't use love like this, but we're gonna press on, right? This is how they describe it, and I don't exactly agree with it, but it's fine. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Oof, that's a good sentence right there. Future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Damn, that's a good one. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most You felt that the most pointedly the day you inevitably graduated high school. Okay. Again, change, right? This is so much change that's happening. And it's true, there's a lot of change that happens at the end of high school. It was over. You would not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You would be directing your own life. That was where you were currently. The summer after school had ended. The first summer of true freedom. So we're 18 now? What used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene, the whole family having a meal together. What? Your big sister Liz still haven't lived at home full time for a couple years. She arrived last week to spend the season here since it was an off semester for her. Yo! They did a really good job growing these characters up. She wanted to make sure she was in town because you had now also graduated high school, so who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Mom made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase. Nearly any nickname was welcome at this point in her life. Aww. I'm getting choked up here. Woof. Oh no, camera. Please, camera, work with me. I'm getting choked up here. Now's not the time. We're gonna. I have a feeling we've lost. I know it hasn't like gone yet, but whenever it gets this bitted, it's usually because it's cut off the Wi-Fi already, and it has. This is choking me up. This is legit making me want to cry. Legit making me want to cry. Did I turn on the Wi-Fi? I did. Why are you zoomed in? You shouldn't be that zoomed in. I feel like you're still zoomed in, but it'll be alright. And you're just closer to the camera. It'll be okay. Strangely, even though she'd move away, you'd lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. You were a vegetarian, you were vegan, you were a pescatarian. You were a poiltarian, you were a picky eater, you generally ate whatever. Yeah, young us would eat whatever. And the meal you had reflected that. It included just about everything your moms had made, though you often made your own food nowadays. With Liz around, though, your parents made even more options than usual. Your sister had been vegetarian for a while, and they wanted to make sure she had choices too. Wow. W parents, for real, man. Like, holy shit, these moms? Fucking well done. Oh, they look older! No! What? I mean, I know this was, bound to happen too, but... The purple's gone from the hair, no! Although she has some sort of coloring done, right? And then the white streak in her hair. I like the way that her hair curls like that. It's so cute. They're so cute. My goodness. Conversation had gone on idly without you making or fully taking in the words until your ears were piqued when Ma started on a bit of town gossip. And so that's how I heard the news. Alright, stop burying the lead and tell us, what is this so-called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out the Donalds won't be renting out the condo up the street as per Sunset Bird tradition, for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. A chorus of gasp and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Mom may consider them by name, but you and Liz always viewed them exclusively as a mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their paths. Your mom continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did. They decided not to take the big trips anymore. Friends and family would be visiting them at their home. That's nice for them, then. Have a good summer, mean grandparents with no grandkids away from us. That's a relief. It's kinda sad they can't travel anymore. I hope they're still okay, even if they're mean. My thoughts exactly, Liz. Finally, they can piss off. You don't have anything to comment. We're gonna agree with our sister here. Be nice, kids. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your sister crack smiles at the joke. At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore. Lonnie. And that blunt comment got laughter from all three of you. Engrossed in conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. Third time's charm. As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. It was effortless to do. You were very tall. The task was pretty straightforward for you. You were tall. You had to stretch, but it was doable. You were average height. You struggled to get them up without a stepping stool. You were short. A stepping stool was mandatory for you. You were very short, and we'd be average height. That was simply your lot in life. You'd always hovered around the expected height for your age. You felt great about how things were. You hoped you might still grow more. You wished more had stopped growing. Like, you wish you had stopped growing earlier. You didn't think much about it. You didn't even know what to think about it. I guess we felt great about how things were. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. How did I feel about my height? Height-wise, I've never really had much of an issue. It was always more of a weight issue for me. And like, you know, the body dysmorphia that came with unhealthy eating habits. But height wasn't really our issue. It never really, it still isn't now. Like, it's something that we can't change, so it's like, why am I gonna worry about it, you know? Probably didn't think much about it. Used to completely dislike your height, so in some ways, this was an improvement. Liz shook you out of your internal musing by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, going back to another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You'd think after the first year or two I'd have a handle on things, but no. He stole a glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes, and year one of my architecture major was the basics. Ooh, architecture, okay. Now it feels serious. I have to actually know some things. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. Y'all, we got an ad break that's about to happen. We do 3 minutes of ads so that we have 50 to 55 minutes of ad-free gameplay. During that time, we take a break, we get up, we stretch, we move around, we grab a snack, we grab some drinks, we do whatever we need to, and we urge you to do the same. Like I said, we'll be taking a break, so don't worry about missing a thing, and we'll see you after the ad break. Else is live that I can be following right now. This is it. Lalo Man's live. You better give me that roll. You did a noob scene, slept all day? Hey, it happens. At 765, it's not bad. We made it to adulthood. We just graduated high school. And we have the love, we chose to be in love with Cove. maybe we can show it here. I know you can't really see it, but we got purple hair. Oh, he looks good. We got purple hair, glasses, a nose piercing. We got an ear pierced. The half-shaved look. Our scar is gone, and our freckles came back over our nose. And Cove is me with purple hair. You know, I've been thinking about a color to dye it, but I'm not sure what color. And you know, Berterson said all of them, which makes sense. You know, we try out different colors, right? But I need to learn how to dye my hair. I need to learn the process behind it. Your sister looking good? She, the architect in her, right? Oh man, you know, it's funny because I want to be an architect. Introduce us. I want to be an architect when I grew up at one point. I want to be an engineer. I want to be so many things, and I still could. I did really well in those classes. And I have no doubt that I could do well in them if I decide to ever go back to be an architect or an engineer. But it doesn't, like, those kind of jobs or professions don't really interest me anymore. So those don't interest me, and what does is social aspects of life. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. We hope you had a good time living your life as the ads played, hopefully to nobody. I know I should have gotten a drink. I still actually have some of my drink. I was catching up on social media instead. I know. Streamer not doing his thing and taking time. Give me like another 5 minutes at most. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Welcome on in, Var. How you doing today? Gadashi Pushy. Thank you, thank you. How was your day today? She's evil killer? No, she's not evil anymore. She's super adorable and she's super goody. You got booze? Hell yeah. What kind of booze you drinking tonight? Sorry, we had a craft singles. And like that, you know, that cheese just gets everywhere. Carrie Bay? I don't think I've ever heard of that one. Is it a cider? I don't think I've ever heard of that company before. Strawberry Mandarin grape vodka? Okay. It's just already nice. If I could drink still, I bet it'd be delicious. Then I'd be willing to try it. But yeah, we just started. We are now, our character is now graduated from high school. We are 18. We're in love with Cove. Our family's gotten older. This is our older sister. She's 20 now. She's in college. She's going to be an architect. Her Toothless. Punch her Toothless? That's wild. That's wild. She's going through the stress of college classes. I know you can handle it. I think it's really cool you want to be an architect. That does sound hard. Simply shrugged. You merely listened to her venting. Beach acting up? That's wild. She's fine. She's totally fine. What do you mean? Just needs a good beating. It's wild. I think it's really good you want to be an architect. Don't be too impressed yet. Wait to see if it actually happens. But thanks. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. It'll be fine, one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college, if that's even your plan. What is going on with that anyway? You had a solid plan set for a long time. You came to a firm conclusion recently. You had kind of a general idea. You had absolutely no idea. You didn't even let yourself think about it. It was too much. You know, when I first got out of high school, I was dead set on becoming an engineer. So, I had a solid plan. You answered the question as much as you were able and willing to. Mrs. Smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You can make your ideas happen, I'm sure. Oh, that's so... Okay, that's very supportive of her. She has grown so much from being 15 to now 20. But that's 5 years of growth right there, right? That's such a sweet sentiment. Sometimes it felt hard to believe your public schooling experience was over. In the end, you graduated at the top of your class. You soared through with high marks. You had to work extremely hard, but were rewarded with great grades. You've been an average graduate. That's probably us. There was some time around the 8th grade when they told us that none of our marks mattered, that I stopped caring a lot about school. Not all of it, just what interested and what didn't interest me. And school wasn't for me, it was for my dad. Because of how I was raised. And even though like he wanted me to go to school for myself, I did, but at the same time I kind of knew it wasn't for me. It was mostly for him. And now I think back about it and it's just like, man, I really did wish I went for me. Or knew what that meant, honestly. Because I didn't know how to live my own life. And like I said before, it would be a long time before I figured it out. So, we've been an average graduate. And you were going to miss it. You felt satisfied leaving off there. You wish it could have gone better. You were glad it was truly behind you. You know, I didn't really miss my high school. My high school was not that good. It had been a familiar and enjoyable part of your life, but you were ready to move on. I guess. It could have been worse, right? Liz picked up on the silence her question ended up creating. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the topic.
You're a good kid.
You're a good kid, Gad. Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. What is the supporting family? Jeez Louise, dude. This is such a supportive family. I love this family. I want to be adopted by this family. Fuck. Such a supportive family. Thank you. And at that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. He waved a soapy soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next task for the cleanup job. You refocused on getting the last pieces put back where they belonged. You eventually moved on to a new chore. That was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. We have a cell phone now! It was the phone's default ringtone. You used a silly novelty song as a ringtone. You set one of your most beloved songs as your ringtone. The phone was just set to vibrate. Okay, back when I was 18, I would have used... I'm trying to think. I know I didn't have it on vibrate. It'd probably be one of my songs that I liked. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. Aw, they decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was pink. Where's pink? Pink. And it was just a phone. You didn't do anything to decorate it, and a special charm attached to it, of course, which was the craft keychain Cove bought when you were a kid? Brother, yes! A lantern based on a game of Lake of Voices. A small shell, a crystal, a string of beads, a cat face, a music note, a heart. Yeah, we gotta go with the crab keychain. You're pleased that you finally had a prominent place to use the gift. The screen lit up as you gave a little device a swipe with one finger. You were informed by caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Especially once the miracle of the both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first though. Tapping on the accept button, you answered the call. A familiar, bubbly voice came through right after.
Hi.
Hi, Gad. Oh, the little crab charm. Where is it hooked onto? It doesn't matter. Hi, Lee. I trust I'm not interrupting anything major. Only some cleaning around the house. I love her earrings. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from them must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin. Hey, I love doing my chores. I like cleaning, you protested earnestly. It's good to hear from you. Even though she couldn't see it, you shook your head at that.
My pleasure.
She giggled, and you can hear the jangling of the jewelry she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. You were off from your part-time job today? You hadn't started working anywhere yet, so you couldn't relate. You know, at 18, I was still working with my family. It wasn't part-time, but it was full-time, but... Like you, Leah had started dipping her toes into the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently even more complicated, but both of you managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal. Cool. That's you then. So, how's Mr. Copeholden doing? There was a teasing bent to her tone, which is never willing to let up on... Or, she was never willing to let up on what was going on between the two of you. But that name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next door neighbor, for the past decade at this point. But he was far more than just someone who lived on the same street. You vividly remembered the summer day you expressed feelings for each other as little 13-year-olds. You started officially dating years ago. You only got together officially recently. We could do it years ago. And you were in love with him? That was one thing you hadn't admitted yet? And you were in love with him, but didn't want to talk about that at this point in your life. Okay, yeah, we'll go with this. Hey, you been surviving without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't here. Just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time you asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
Aw, my bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon, and he needs to be there too. You can understand where she's coming from. This is certainly outside the norm. For the past couple of months, and the last few weeks especially, Pope had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. Still, the two of you regularly stayed in contact over texts and calls, but still. Your mind began to drift back in time to all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year he'd have to go away for a while, and then he'd come back. It made you sad and lonely when it happened. You never minded it. It was kinda nice to have breaks from each other. You weren't a fan, but made do. It was just shitty. It upset you. Your younger self worried about him leaving for good. Well, you know... I'd say it'd make us sad and lonely when it happened. And this would be younger me, right? And I'd definitely have, well, it's hard to say that because, like, there's a lot that happened between how my ex and I got together. But I would definitely be a lost puppy dog during this part of my life. You sent him letters the entire time he was away. Your mom's helped you ship out care packages to him and his mom. He gave him special treasures to take with him before he left. You kept an eye on his house room while he wasn't there. You're incapable of doing anything until he was back. It felt as though time was standing still during those days. Your life only moved forward when you saw his face in person again. He sent you letters, which made things a teeny bit better. That's how it was in the past, but lately he's been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever though. You both knew that.
Well,
Maybe we should switch this up to a non-Cove related topic. Yeah. The rest of the conversation rolled on. Not much longer though. Lee had to go, and you needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. The both of you exchanged your goodbyes, then you went back to what you'd been working on before the call came in. Oh, I love her hat. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz wearing a cheeky smile. I've got Mom's keys. Want to go out of this tiny town to do some shopping in a real city? I can do that if you want me to come.
good.
Good, I'm driving. That was obvious. You didn't know how to drive. You were glad for that. You still had your learner's permit. Even though you could drive too, it was her plan. She could do it if she wanted. It's nice of her to do that. You had a license, but try to avoid driving as possible. We'll go with this one. Go get your wallet and anything else, and we're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money saved up from all the part-time work you'd done, as well as gifts you'd received. After making sure you both were fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. It was a smooth ride there, with light conversation about what shops to stop at, and the radio blasting. Liz controlled what was played, but she made sure to pick songs she knew you liked. It was something the two of you had always done for each other. The trip there breezed by, and in what felt like no time, you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Liz had her interests to check out, and yours, and you yours. Your habits and skills were still the ones you developed when you were younger. You got into new things since you'd grown up. When turning a corner down a new length of the mall, your eyes caught on a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. You realized you wanted to get a graduation gift yourself to give Cove. You had a gift of your own ready to give to Cove when the chance came. You really appreciated what you'd gotten. Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around then anyway. You'd keep an eye out for something good, though you might have something nice for him at home already. Eventually, the mall was explored in full, and every shop of note being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Liz had many thoughts on that topic. Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. Even if smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more. Then your sister abruptly stopped speaking and walking, right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. Uh-oh, who did she see? Liz? The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had all her focus. Before you could puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble out the corner of her mouth. Dad? Dad? Don't draw attention, but look. What? With a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of her head, she urged you once more. Look. You followed her gaze as best as you could to a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path. Okay. You faced back over to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What were you supposed to be seeing there? Dad, doesn't one of them seem familiar? She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked the group over again, and this time you saw what she was seeing. Amongst a collection of strangers was brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. That's Shiloh! Our Shiloh from when we were kids! Yup, that was definitely him. I can't believe it! He's honestly just there. That's hilarious. That's incredible. Oh, but how do we talk to him? We'd have to pull him away from all those other people, and what if I'm wrong? Your mouth opened to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and then we can act like it wasn't us if he responds to that. No, sorry. Then we can act like it wasn't us. If he responds to that, we'll know without a doubt it's him. Dad, keep an eye out to see if he looks. Liz, can't you just try talking to him normally? We're not doing that. It's a terrible plan. Why do I have to be the one who watches? Let's try it. Fine. You didn't even know how to react. Let's try it. Likely without even hearing what you had to say, Liz put her plan into action. Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way and then put on an act of casualness turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. In a supremely awkward moment, you could only stand there as the tension in the area shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. But of the many startled bystanders who became altered to your presence, one of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin took over Liz's face. He pushed the rim of her sun hat up and away from her face while swishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet, without really closing the gap. She wanted him to come to her. Who you presume to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quick glance at the crowd he was with and hesitantly glanced back your way. He was trying to double-check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately he broke away from the rest of them. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Liz and you. Hi, I like your hat! Just that simple greeting had Liz giggling. Hello, I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie, and that's Gad. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes grew even larger, their gaze darting between you and Liz. His previous chipper demeanor faded into something delicate. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. You could tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. The face, the freckles, how genially you try to phrase things. You're still even wearing a hat. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear, with creased brows, not making the connection on why the hat meant something to her.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as the silence. An uneasy smile settled on him as the silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking his next words carefully. And then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Shiloh? What are you doing? The rest of the group already left. A field trip is not a vacation. We're on a schedule. Startled, your head snapped towards the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add to the explanation of his absence as the stranger watched him patiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Liz theoretically, as well as literally, put her foot down on that, stomping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion.
Come on.
We do know you. Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke with was pained. Sorry. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feeling of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That in itself is very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him? Is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him, it was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated itself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. I'm someone who's been forced against his... I'm someone who has been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. If the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to exaggerate any trivial connection you might have had. It's not good enough. He's with us, and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering in the road. It's rude. Who the fuck is this guy? That's such a rude response.
Excuse me?
Excuse me? We're the rude ones? The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up again in his defense. Mate, that's really mean. It's also true. We're leaving. Oh god. It's not Bowl Cut Kid, is it? No, that was Jeremy. Okay. Ooh. I was about to say, no, Shiloh, not Jeremy. With that declaration, the unofficial... Yeah, I thought he was too. Maybe he's a little younger. I think he was a little younger than us. I thought, actually, I thought he was the same age. But I can't tell. He might have been a little younger. I don't remember. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heel and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. Ah! He suffers from Karate Kid syndrome. No, my camera, damn it. Alright, we're back. Oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard. Don't worry though. Bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry, I can't stay to talk to you, but I hope you have a really nice life. Bye. And that was it. His final parting words given. Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go live. If that's not like an indication of what friendship turns out to sometimes, then like, what is? Liz watched his exit, stunned, only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast she hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with a breath. I could have told him his last name was Fields. His birthday is October 30th. That would have proved it. But no. I'm sorry, Liz. Wow, Shiloh grew up to be dumb. What? You're left feeling equally deflated. Coronated, he sucks. Well, damn. You couldn't help but laugh. It was so unnecessarily unpleasant when all you wanted was to talk to someone for a moment. Aren't you gonna go after him? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. I think we can leave it there, thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip, and it was already enough being able to see him. Oh, okay, so he is younger than us. Because he's still in high school, and we graduated. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there enjoying his own part of the world. I know that feeling. Though, if given the chance, I could definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at that guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of the trip, and it's not usually how things are.
Right?
True, we can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. Have a good life. Bye, Shiloh. We'll miss you. Good luck out there. You'll need it. You didn't have anything else to say. Have a good life. Liz smiled at you. You had the self-confidence you knew so well from her. Come on, kid. Let's finish our own trip. Yeah. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. Ain't that the truth? That is friendship in a nutshell. The ebb and flow of relationships and connections. You never know who you're gonna meet, who's gonna be in your life, for how long, and when you're gonna drift apart. Right? That's just life. That happens. It's just something we gotta live with. And this is why I love this game, because they do so many right things about explaining life and relationships and connections in general. It's really good. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back as you stretched your arms forward towards the ceiling. While it had been a good day, you had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to your room. I mean, the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She had quite a lot to say on the subject when you'd first taken over her bigger room after she left for college. There have been many trips back home for her since then. The room hasn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring the topic up to this day. Let it go, Liz. I didn't see your name on it. Thank you, Liz. It's a really nice room. Thanks for being so gracious about giving it up. Just wanted to follow in my big sister's shoes. I'm sorry. This is a good one. Flattery as a compliment can only go so far, Gad. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place and we're both in town for a visit. This is great. I love this. We can take turns. You'll have Thanksgiving. I'll get Christmas. Uh-huh, sure. Don't count on it. That's alright with me. I don't need it. What a reasonable and mature suggestion. I'll think about accepting it. She splashed her familiar grin and you couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporary. With that, she plodded off to the spare room, and you're ready to do the same. Moving into a new space was your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. Design your room? What? How is this green? Okay, but like, out of all the layouts, the yellow one looks the best. Green doesn't look bad. Green is the only one that has a desktop PC too. We can't do any extras. Okay, that's fair. I like that. Take the lights. Get rid of the ball. The other two can stay. Alright. I'm okay with this room. You were really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing on it. You trudged up the stairs to your room. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you were not alone there. Comfortably perched on the windowsill was someone very familiar to you. Cove Holden. There you go, Fungi. That's how Cove looks like for us. The shock knocked all words out of you. Huh? How are you here? Surprise. Sorry, this is Cove now. He's probably got more like surprised, more like a suave, because he had such a squeaky voice. I'm pretty sure his voice is like how it has been, but we'll try and get something for him, right? Surprised? Surprised? His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how he suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bird, though to be fair, you've been too astounded to actually ask the question. Thankfully, Cove took the hint from your stunned expression and began to explain. I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really there, mere feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. Hope that's alright. That was when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back to town. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity, rather than allowing his plans to change. You laughed. The realization made you bashful. You shook your head at his antics. You stayed frozen, the shock yet to melt away. You walked over to join him. You ran to Cove. We could walk over to join him. He was there, and it was exactly where he wanted to be. There was no need to hesitate in enjoying his presence. As you approached, Cove quickly hopped from the windowsill to meet you. You're too crazy. I'm glad you're here. I missed you. Trouble's back in town. I can't believe my eyes. It's the most amazing man in the world. He didn't need to say anything. You ruffled his hair. You wrapped him in a gentle embrace. You pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. You jumped into his arms. You smiled at him. You kissed him. We like giving him hugs. A contented sigh slipped from Cove's lips as you held him close. He wrapped his own arms around your back in return. Yeah. There he goes. That's the fit that we gave him. You're a lesbian, you don't know what to say? What more is there to say, right? I think he looks cute. Nice Miku hair. Then Cove leaned back on his heels, pulling you into the air. He leaned as much as he could to lift you up, the height difference helping him out. He spun you around, your legs kicking against empty air before setting you safely back down. Oh my god, that's so cute. He smiles like a hamster. I'd never be able to unsee that now. Thank you, Funky. Oh. This is so cute. Oh my goodness. Fungi, in case you haven't heard, we started off as lovers in this chapter. We are officially lovers. You saw? Okay. Cove then ducked his head as if trying to dodge your overwhelming compliment. The whole world is a little much, Gad. I don't think it is. He lowered his voice. Then if I'm the most amazing man, you'd have to be the most amazing person in this world, period. Your face, you felt your face burn with color. Thankfully, Cove didn't press the point. I missed you. Even if he hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning widely. His raised cheeks burying his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. Oh my god. Was it a good trip? Cove's brow creased as he considered your question. Cove stepped towards you. He cupped your face with his hands, gently guiding your chin so your eyes met his. You could feel the beat of your racing pulse against his fingertips. I hated it. Let's never be apart again, okay? Aww. It's so... oh. Hit you right here in the feels, you know? He said that absolutely as a joke, an exaggeration. Something that wasn't a real request, of course, and yet despite all that, it felt real. Just so you know, there's a new game coming out where you can choose romance between a lady, a non-binary pal, or both. And the second Our Life game? Or is it like a completely new... Yeah? Okay. I heard, I think it was Mango that was talking to us about it. It'd be interesting to play. Panther. I'll take a picture of that for GBC. You played the demo a few weeks ago. It's pretty cute. Oh, hell yeah. Maybe it'll win, maybe you'll have, or somebody will have enough points so that we can redeem it. Maybe it'll win the Sunday game whenever it comes out. Maybe we'll full buy that one, right? And then play it in all of its entirety. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds for us, right? Mysterious, so exciting. Your heart hammered in your chest, your head swam, cast adrift on a tide of thoughts and adrenaline. Cole smiled as if offering a silent apology for his sudden onslaught of tenderness, but he left the words proudly hang in the air all the same. Cole told you about how his trip back had gone. Soon you'd even recovered enough to actually listen. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cole was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Things were settled as much as they ever could be. With Cove back once more, he felt at ease. You have seals? Nice. Those are cute. Those are super cute. Fungi. Would you be interested in helping me put the finishing touches on my episode of Press F for Feelings? I still have a little bit more I need to write out tonight, but I kind of wanted your opinion on some things. If you would be available to pitch in, and of course, you know, your name will be on it on the episode as well. I want to give credit to everybody who's a part of it, and yeah. All right, sweet. I'll send you some details later, and maybe because I'm I have an idea of how I want to go with it. I'm just a little afraid it's not going to go exactly like that, and I kind of want to have not necessarily a backup, but like maybe some more emphasis, like some more oomph added to it, you know? Because I had really only thought about like the episode and the details and stuff like that, what we're going to talk about. But when it comes to like visual aids and stuff like that, I didn't really think about that. And I kind of wanted to get a feeling of what you thought. Like I said, I'll finish writing it out tonight, and then I'll send you a message and what you think about it, and what we could add to the stream, as well as how to incorporate a few other things, or maybe like well, I guess that encompasses everything. Incorporate a few other things like visuals and stuff like that, and maybe like how we're gonna go about doing this. But yeah, sweet. I'll definitely send you a message whenever I finish with the episode. Oh yeah, nice. And we can definitely work something out. I realize that like this project is it's a big one, and I'm okay with asking for help. I'm starting to try and ask for help more, because I know I have a vision of it, but I kind of want other people's perspectives on it too. So I would greatly appreciate it, and I do greatly appreciate your time. Things were settled as much as they could ever be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Cove stretched his arms out over his head, his eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set while you've been busy reuniting. Well, I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expectant look. Want to come with me? Hey, yo! Hell yeah, you know I do. No, but I'll walk you downstairs. Here I can go over for a little while. Cove began to head to your bedroom door. You insisted on piggyback ride? Okay. This one is kind of a cute option. We'd be more comfortable with doing this after a decade of knowing him and like getting super close to him. Yeah. It was a special occasion. It was just a normal thing in your relationship. Both of these are good options. It's a special occasion. You shyly cleared your throat, trying to make Cove turn around. Could I have a piggyback ride? Cove didn't say anything. His eyebrows raised in disbelief. Really, Gad? You want me to carry you downstairs? You nodded. Cove rolled his eyes, but he bent down so you could clamber onto his back. Y'all, we have an ad break that's about to happen. It's gonna be the final ad break of the evening. We do 3 minutes of ads so that we have 50 to 55 minutes of ad-free gameplay. During that time, we get up, we stretch, we move around, we groove around, we do whatever we need to so that none of us have to watch the ads. We insist you do the same. So take the 3 to 5 minutes for yourself, and if you can't, I guess you gotta watch the ads, but try to. And do your thing, you know? We're gonna take a break, and we'll see you soon. This game is so adorable. I really enjoy it. We're gonna have to figure out... I know there's more to this game, and I kind of want to play more of this game, but I know... I know I got other games I need to play, right? Maybe we'll come back to it. Again, it's really hard because we have a program already going. A few programs already going. What programs? What's happening? I just mean like finishing it, like continuing our PlayStation program. We still have our Pokemon segment that we do on Saturdays. We had the community games that are Sundays, and then the press F for feelings. So like we got a few things that we have already going, right? And playing games. And whatever games that other people may suggest as time goes by, right? I don't really play games in my off time anymore. It's mostly like every now and then I'll maybe play a classical game, but it's mostly just me trying to get all these programs and stuff going and continuing with my stream, and then like also trying to find a job and all that kind of stuff. Doing like healthy stuff, creating healthy habits for myself. So productive, so busy. I try to be. I've got goals, you know? And those goals require me to, in a sense, grow up and for me to like allocate my time better. And when I say grow up, I mean like personally, I have like I know I've played games all my life, and the growing up mentality is more of coming to terms that if I want to accomplish my goals, my personal goals, then I gotta cut something out of my life, right? Because, you know, you gotta make time for the new ambitions and stuff, and that's just me growing up, me coming to terms with I can't always be playing games, even though I play games on stream all the time. Which I'm not saying there's anything wrong with playing games, and by all means, you know, if that what makes you happy, then go for it, you know, play games as much as you want. I know I just gotta, like, for me, I've got plans, I've got ambitions, I've got drive to complete something, and to build something, and that takes a lot of time. Building communities takes time. Building safe spaces for people takes time. Building programs and following through with them takes time. Building myself takes time, you know? I still gotta cook afterwards too. Like, there's a lot I gotta do. And I try not to burn myself out. And I don't. You know, I schedule in breaks for me as well. But yeah, it's come to the point where like I still play games, and I will play games, and sometimes in my off time I'll have dedicate some time to play games. But a lot of it is busy, a lot of it is productive, and a lot of it is just like me living with my situation and getting to where I want to be, because I'm a little bit slower now, and it takes me a little bit of extra time to get to where I want to be, and that's okay. And yeah, that's just, we try to be productive. We're always trying to learn about ourselves and grow, and that takes up a lot of our time too. And yeah, we try to keep busy, because keeping busy is important. Giving yourself breaks is important as well. Don't get me wrong, but staying busy is also important. To, like, you know, again, not overworking yourself, but busy enough to make it so that I don't go more crazy than what I already am and start thinking about things that I don't need to be thinking about. It's something my dad always told me. And I think he suffered from depression as well, but he never went to, therapy and stuff like that. Was not a thing. Or like, it didn't really exist for us, even though it did exist. Like, not for us, if that makes sense. And he always told us, like, when you start, like, even scheduling free time for yourself, right? That's busy, right? That's being busy, because you're allotting yourself time to have free to hang out with friends, or like, work on whatever you want to work on, right? But it's the moment that you start, like, having excess amounts of time where you don't keep your brain active in one way or another, that you start thinking more and more about not really yourself, but all the things that either could have been, or all the things that make you feel down, and it just kind of compiles on itself, right? It just keeps on getting more and more, stacks up until it becomes heavy. And again, I'm not saying that, you can't have free time, or like, it's okay to feel depression. It's okay to feel sad. It's okay to feel all the feelings that we have. It's just one of those tools to try and help to not feel as depressed. Or at least for me it is. And it's going to change from person to person. But it's one of those things that just kind of helps you make sure that your brain doesn't wander too much into those dark recesses of your mind. And it doesn't stop my brain all the time. My brain still goes into depression. I'm chemically imbalanced. I don't have the right chemicals in my brain to produce enough happiness all the time. So I'll have bouts of depression, and like, I'll factor that into my days too, right? Like, man, today I was feeling pretty depressed, and that's okay. And like, some days I'm able to, like, talk to my friends to try and help me break that depression cycle, or to just do something that's kind for me, like, watch a movie or a TV show, or eat junk food, or something that makes me happy, as opposed to just kind of like accepting it and like, I'll be there, right? And because when you're depressed, you can't really get out of it, but there are things that I do to try and elevate my mood, so that, yeah, I'm depressed, but I can be depressed and something else, right? I can be depressed and work towards being happy. I can be depressed and work towards something that means something to me, right? And it's just kind of like, or I can be depressed and just hang out and just do whatever I want. Listen to sad music, write some poetry, draw. And this is kind of one of those things that, you keep busy, and you try to get your mind to say, hey, it's all right. It's okay to be depressed. It's just like any other feeling. It'll come. Process it however you need to. And then when you're finished with it, it'll leave, just like everything else. So that's what I tried to do too with my depression, and like trying to keep busy with everything, and schedule, like I said, even scheduling free time is and time to play games with friends and stuff like that. That's considered busy for me, because it's something that I've allocated my time to, right? Even though if it's just relaxing, sitting outside and just taking in the night sky, right? Those are things that I want to do. And those are things that are going to keep me busy. And I can still think about all the stuff that I am normally, like sitting in this chair or sitting outside, right? It's just kind of like, I'd love to be outside under the night sky when it's warm out. I love this time of year, even though my allergies don't like it. I really do love just enjoying nature and being out there and being one with nature. So like, I'll try to do that. Maybe I'll write something out there. Maybe I'll finish the episode outside tonight and just kind of chill. I know there's a few wasp nests I gotta be careful of, but I mean, that's, it's whatever, right? Anyways, enough yapping. I think we're almost at the hour point, although according to GBC, we've passed that hour point already by a long shot. And I trust him. I believe him on that. But I do feel good that we've actually made a lot of progress in this game. Just an hour in total? We tried. We tried an hour in total today. And I think we're probably at like an hour and a half of yapping, maybe closer to 2 hours. He's sus. Who, Cove? Cove is a hottie and a sweetie. But yeah, we tried to go only an hour today for yapping. I think we're about the hour and a half to 2 hours mark, somewhere around there. It's better than yesterday. That was like 4 hours of yapping. Oh, there goes my camera. I bet he's plotting her demise. Var, we're in love. Our characters are in love. We're both fresh out of high school. That's what he wants you to think. He's plotting you how to bring you to your knees. Oh, nar. Love isn't a real thing. Alright, bud. Wear protection, please. Don't be silly. Of course, Var. Always wear protection. Well, not always, but in some cases, please do. I'm not gonna dictate how you how you live your life. He's gonna choke you? Maybe. He might, in a good way, you know? Love isn't a real thing, it's just a crazy little thing, right, Jesus? I called you Jesus. Wow. Right, GBC? Oh, man. My bad, GBC. Anyways. Can you be Moses? Yes. Jesus BC. That actually kind of fits. But not really. In a weird way it does. Peaches Judas? Yeah. Oh, fuck. Right now, Kova's gonna take us piggyback style down the stairs. And that's what's happening right now. Oh, man. Y'all are hilarious. Even while he was crouched down, Ko's back was pretty high up, and it took a bit of effort for you to properly get up there. Okay, I am average height, okay? This guy is tall, I get that, but I am average height. Alright? Let me just put that out there. I gave a pig. Okay, this brings back a memory for myself. I gotta tell you guys this story. I know, more yap. I've earned it at this point, okay? So, back when I used to drink a lot, and during my early 20s, this is actually the same person who gave me my first kiss. Average length, very girthy, you know it, Bar. I'm actually, anyways, I'm not gonna explain that. Anyways, back when I used to drink a lot, for back in my early 20s, and again, the girl who gave me my first kiss, Nakulo, yes, okay, alright. There was a night that I was out drinking with her and the rest of my crew, and he wanted a piggyback ride. I was like, yeah, sure, why not? I'm fucking drunk. We're all drunk. Why not? So, I'm standing still, right, in a parking lot. I'm bracing myself. I do, yeah. Bracing myself for somebody to jump on my back. And little did I know, she fucking like... She took a few steps back to get a running start so that she could jump on my back. Well, I was drunk and I was like, oh, I'm probably too tall for her to just jump on my back. Because I was expecting her to just kind of like hop on my back, right? No running start or anything like that. I was just expecting her to just hop on my back. So, as here, let me try and display it, right? As she's running towards me, yeah, she full on fucking marathon sprinted at me to try and jump on my back. I bend down, right? I fucking get on one knee so that she can hop on my back. She jumps at full fucking like speed, at full height, and just fucking collides with the back of my head, and we both just fucking tumble into the parking lot. Oh shit. She was like, why would you kneel down? And I was like, I didn't know you were getting a full-on head start. Like a fucking marathon sprint into my, like, jumping on my back. That's awful. It was funny. It was hilarious. We both laughed it off. It was a good time. But this is kind of what it reminds me of, the piggyback story. Oh man. Could have got beyond her. I mean, we were both drunk, and we would have been fine. The back of the head, it was more like my shoulders. Like, instead of like right here, it was more like right here. Cause the jump wasn't that high. Like, he tried to jump for highs. I guess it wasn't that high of a jump, but like, it was. And then you kissed her like a Tom Cruise movie? No. That my first kiss with her happened before, days before, a few weeks before. I don't know, something like that. We were at a club. I told her I never kissed anybody, and then she was like, "Shut up and kiss me," and so I did, and that was my first kiss with her. And my first kiss ever. With a man. I've never actually made out with a man. Smack the shit out of both of you. You what? I know, right? I am my experience with men has been very limited. In my relationship with my ex, her husband was very straight, which I respected, and we never did anything together. Besides the threesome, but that wasn't focused on the two of us at all. It was mostly just, and I'm not gonna go into details about it, but yeah, no, he did every hole in town. Well, I mean, I did, but just not with a man. Yeah. And then, like, you know, I've never really dated after I broke up, or my ex and I broke things off together, so I mean, I've sent some sexy pictures back and forth with men, but generally speaking, that's about it. A lot of the men in not only in my area, but like the ones I find out there are not really my type. So it's been difficult finding a man that I find suitable for myself. And I'm one of those kind of people that I need to get to know somebody before I can like have a physical relationship with them. So like I can't just go up to any random person and like texting, sure, that's one thing, but when it comes to actually like meeting somebody and doing things with somebody, I need to feel comfortable with who they are before I'm able to give my body to them, you know? You're telling me you're the biggest man whore out of all your friends? Not by a long shot. Not by a long shot. Not by a long shot. No. I'm a very, very, I want to say I'm never gonna say that. I'm very, I need to get to know somebody. I need to get to know somebody. I know, you're giving me that look. I know, hold up. I know what I was about to say, and I was just like, I ain't saying that. I need to get to know somebody first, and like build a connection with them, and like get to feel how they are first. You know, the connections are very important to me, and that's something that like will always be important to me. And it took me a long time to figure that out, but I have to build some sort of rapport with the person I'm interested in before I can do anything. Again, sexting online is a little bit different because it's like it's real, but like not really, and like I can meet somebody online and get to know them, and like afterwards, if you know, continue to get to learn more about them, and then feel comfortable with meeting somebody online like that, right? I'm okay with doing that. But, and then like, you know, taking it physical afterwards, but yeah, no. But yeah, no. Other than that, I need to get to know somebody. So a lot of men, they just don't suit my fancy. And it's difficult to find a man out there that does. At least in my experience. I know they exist. I know they're everywhere. But right now it's a mix of like me trying to work on myself and my projects and trying to get balanced, and as well as like needing that connection. And there's very few people that I actually do have that connection with. So like, would I love to? Yeah, I mean, sure, why not? A person's a person, an experience is an experience, and like, I'm willing to try anything and everything more than once. It's a lot of fun. I feel like I would have a blast with a man or a woman or non-binary or however they identify as. But I definitely need to make that connection first. You damn kids in your e-sex. It's called, I guess it is called that, isn't it? In one form or another, right? Even while he was crouched down, Co's back was still pretty high up, and it took a bit of effort for you to properly get up there. Basically, I mean, I feel like there's more. Like, how would you even... Like, sexting is something else, right? Like, it's one thing, but like... Is that the same as e-sex? Like, what exactly constitutes as e-sex? Because Like, wouldn't you? Would it require intimacy to be a part of it? You don't fucking know. And then, like, where does the line get drawn for e-sex and as opposed to like sexting and just fooling around online and stuff like that? You just play video games and listen to music. That's fair. Cove wobbled and give life advice. Hey, I feel that. Cove wobbled as he straightened up, not terribly unaccustomed to balancing someone on his shoulders. Cove carried you down the stairs. You had to duck down a couple of times, the ceiling grazing against your elevated head. Still, you safely reached the ground floor of your house. The door's gonna be in the way. Get off here so I can open it up. He bent down to let you slide safely off his back. Seeing things from your usual height was disorienting after getting accustomed to looking down at everything. In all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you prepared for when he got back. It would be best to give it to him now before he left your house. Can you wait here for a little while? I got something for you. Cove tilted his head, intrigued. You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. You bought Cove something special. The gift you'd chosen had been something he could buy. You know, homemade gifts are really nice. So are gifts that you buy somebody, right? It's all about the thought. It was a dolphin-shaped balloon, a fruit bouquet, a new fish for his aquarium. Oh, hell yeah, we can give him a new fish. That's pretty cool. I like these two are from our past, right? And this is, I mean, I guess all these three options are, but this is, yeah, let's give him a new fish. You headed back up to your room, grateful that Cove hadn't spotted your present before now. The little container that was the temporary home for his new fish was waiting for you there. Just as you left it. Very carefully, you cradled it in your arms to make the journey downstairs. You slowly descended the stairs, adjusting your grasp when you reached the ground floor, so you could hold it out before you for Cove to admire. Cove gasped, placing a hand over his mouth, and bent down to watch the fish more closely. You could see his expression through the clear container, his eyes wide and adoring. You let Cove take his time admiring the fish in silence. A few moments later, after he'd taken his fill, he looked up at you with a joyful grin. Wow. She'll fit in perfectly with my tank. She looks great. He took the container from you, securing the face first and cautiously lifting it from your hands, before resting it beside him on the counter. He brushed his fingers lightly against the top of the container, the closest he could get to petting his new companion, then turned back to you. Cove turned to look at the fish. You thought he was just admiring her again, but as the moment stretched out, you wondered if it was something more. Though his face was angled away from you, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away tears. His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotions. You knew that Cove could be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up in it seemed to have taken a toll on him. Me too, Cove. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove? I can't. You just... Gad. I don't know what to do. He forcefully scrubbed at his eyes like he was trying to push the tears that threatened to spill back in. Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? No. So Sushi... Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, more took their place. Thank you. His voice quavered as he spoke. Cove scooped you into a hug, pressing you so tightly against his chest that your breath escaped in a short squeak. He burrowed his face against your neck. His tears shed damp on your skin. You hugged him back. You're welcome. Don't worry about it. You're such a crybaby. You didn't need words as you quietly accepted his appreciation. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky gas that had accompanied his sniffles. The tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. You're really serious. Oh, sorry. You're really, seriously, too nice to me. You smiled back. You're worth it. Cove brushed his hand against the pale ghost of a scar on his arm. He was at a loss for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Once you had a chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. I saw Shiloh today.
Huh?
Shiloh? Sorry, Shiloh? Cove repeated the name, his expression blank. From when we were kids. Cove pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh. He was the freckly boy from that first summer, right? The one who moved? Uh-huh. I met someone called Shiloh. He looked just like Shiloh from back then. Well, he waved a hand, acknowledging the passing of time and so forth. Cove nodded understandingly. He didn't remember me, then he had to go. Cove frowned. That's, I don't know. Too bad I missed it. Though you knew him better than I did. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh never quite got along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because of other people they both knew. I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much. Oh well. That was everything you had on that news item, so you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know the mean old neighbors? The ones who'd always yell at us? He cringed, recalling those particular memories of back in the day was not pleasant, even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah? They're not coming. They didn't rent a condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. Didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been in an institution for as far back as you could remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now, as a teenager, you found your neck pricking as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacation home. It was strange to think of that coming to an end. Wow. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back. Feels like I've missed a lot. This has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the Fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Well, that's something. We better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. You nodded. As soon as you left your house, Cove bent down to let you climb back into his back for the last part of the journey. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun than it was already at an end, and the dawn of a new day was soon upon you. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends, Cove, Miranda, and Terry, to go into town. When did we switch to The Last of Us? What do you mean? I gotta know, what do you mean? Do you beat the Firefly? Oh, okay. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Having a nice daydream? You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile. So, what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Well, I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get into too much trouble. She winked at you. You knew both of your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of the summer before all the big changes started. I'll try. But before you go gallivanting around town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up putting the dishes away over here. Alright. Thanks very much. Yo, look at Cove's dad! Look at Clifford! I love his shirt, dude! Oh, his shirt is so cool! I love his shirt a lot. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing around in the road. They noticed you too. Hey there, Gad. Hi, good timing. You should come join us. You waved at him, you hugged him, you gave him a high five, gave him a noogie, you ruffled his hair, you kissed him. Melting into his arms, Cove held you tightly until you were ready to let go. His eyes shone brightly with so much adoration that you feared your heart might stop. Even after all this time, being with him hadn't gotten any less thrilling. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but he decided to keep it to himself. So, what are you up to today? You held up the envelopes in your hand. I was getting the mail. And we're meeting some friends in town in a while. You looked at Cove and nodded in agreement. Sounds like a plan to me. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see the new neighbors are like. Sorry, what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the new folks in town. Maybe it'll be a single dad and his son. You've been here too long if seeing a new person rent a condo is what you consider an exciting development. Yes, I'm dying to see the newcomers. The response was just a shrug. I don't want to meet them. Well, anyone has to be better than the last tenants. Gad gets it. Cove raised an eyebrow. Really? You too? Yeah, it could be anyone. The beach attracts all kinds of people. Cove thought about your words for a few seconds and then nodded understandingly.
I guess.
Mr. Holden took one more glance at the currently vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of them. I still need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Would that still work? With a wide grin breaking out on his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his noisiness enabled. That works! He moved to firmly place both hands over Cole's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my true ally in this world. Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. Okay, with that settled, I'll go make some money. That's always been the one thing I do best. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time you both watched his dad leave. You really liked Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden was one of your favorite people. Cove's dad was kind of a bother. He had mixed feelings on Mr. Holden. I could say he was one of my favorite people. He always tried his best and was honestly just great. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed slightly. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street for a while. Good luck. See you later. Bye. I'll stick around to see the new neighbor. I can wait with you. Why don't I stay to see the new neighbor, keep you company? Curiosity about the new tenant was getting the better of you. Your mind was already swirling with too many thoughts about what they might be like. Really? Uh-huh. I can't leave until I find out what they at least look like. Cove nodded at that. You noticed that he seemed much happier about this task now that he wasn't going to be waiting alone. Cove put his hands on your shoulders. His thumbs absentmindedly moved in a soothing circle. The look in his eyes was much firmer. He was serious. Dad, you're my true ally in this world. Oh, I got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement.
Thank you.
You're always good to me. You're lucky to have me. It's no problem. Can't help myself. You laughed. You shook your head. You simply shrugged. I can't help myself. Yeah? Well, good then. I don't know what I would do without you. The smile on his face reached his eyes, and it made you feel electric. And then he let go of you. Cove stepped over to his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in comfortable familiarity as you settled in, waiting for the waiting game on the new tenants. The neighborhood was quiet, and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the slight breeze. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car, a taxi followed by noise, turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows raised at the sight. He sat up straight on the stoop. This has to be them, right? I hope so. You leaned forward, sitting on the edge of your front step. You couldn't wait to finally put an end to the suspense and get a look at the new neighbor. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the now empty condo. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. A single occupant exited the cab. Huh? You could feel what Cove was in the moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you'd expected. Why do I feel like this is Bowl Cut Kid? He was a young man. Had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in an eclectic black, white, and gray outfit. Even his side-swooping hair matched the scheme. The only other pop of color was from something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A pair of dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Hello, folks. Who might you be? We're the neighbors. The smile already prominent on his face curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression it meant something at first. Hallelujah. You and Cove shared a familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there. However, with a firm click, he shut the door of his ride. Then he turned his back to you and retrieved a large, unsurprisingly black suitcase out of the trunk. Continuing on with his own business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting them there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight around the corner. The new renter had officially arrived. He left the suitcase on the ground out of the way of the street and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. Cove finally stood up to greet this person. You followed suit.
Excellent.
I'm Baxter Ward. Let's see, let's give him a voice that's not too close to Cove's. I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. You were standing on the side as he was approaching. You were standing on the side he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. You shook it, you offered to low-five him, and you held your arms open to offer a hug instead. You kept your distance. I guess we could give him a handshake. Baxter gripped your hand firmly to give a satisfying shake. I'm Gad. Hello. It's nice to meet you too. Hey, Gad. I'm quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. From your other side, Cove made a sudden sputtering noise. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove shook his hand, still eyeing Baxter carefully. I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove a moment. Now wait, is that a nickname or your real name? It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for a face I'm seeing. Cove, that's gorgeous. It's really not. No, I agree. It suits you. Hey, only I get to fluster him. That's a lot considering you're talking to a stranger, Baxter. You don't know what to say. He's taken. I'm gonna say this suits him. I agree. I can agree with Baxter here.
Not bad.
Nice to see someone else knows. The impact might have faded for you, living with this long, but I promise the onlooker it's a knockout. But I promise to the onlooker it's a knockout. Cove couldn't face either of you after that. His cheeks were quickly turning bright red with embarrassment. You noticed that Baxter looked apologetic over Cove's increased discomfort. I'm sorry, it wasn't intended to mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words, and you noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your faces to know he had some filling to do. He stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position of his feet. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing. Oh? I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking. Well, he grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. Cove peeked at you, smiling softly. You felt his familiar touch as he squeezed your hand for a moment. I already have a partner. Gad is the only one I'd want to dance with. Sorry, they're my significant other. You're both together? Yes, we are. Now that's crushing, but makes sense. I got here too late. Should have taken a semester off sooner.
I get it.
That's a joke. Really, I didn't mean to intrude on anything you have with the offer. I'll take you up on that offer sometime. I'd rather not. You didn't answer the question. Exactly, Cove is the guy I dance with. Baxter smiled and nodded understandingly, letting the subject go. After that, there was a lull in conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it. What made you decide on Sunset Bird? Ah, yes, well, my parents went to the condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued. Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but lucky for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live here. Baxter then preemptively lifted his hands up in front of his chest, giving the gesture for meaning no harm. It's nice not to be the only one my age around the neighborhood for an entire summer, nothing more. That was a story you had heard before, same one as when Lonely Cove and his dad moved in all those years ago. Cove wasn't relating. Still, you could have phrased it like that in the first place. I don't feel the need to keep words on praise. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself. But they're not romantic come-ons. I see that you two are very much a committed pair. I'd like to be friends if we can, but that's all. It's okay. It doesn't bother me. I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that with me. I'm finding it pretty entertaining. You probably annoy a lot of people. You stood there unsure how to react. I guess it wouldn't bother me. Glad we're working things out. Shifting his weight to the other foot, Baxter tried to move forward. So, which condo is yours? How long have you been living together? Oh no. Cove sputtered again and unintentionally a laugh escaped you. We're both your neighbors, but we live in different houses with our parents. As if second nature, the two of you pointed to your homes, the buildings directly across the street from each other. Baxter's eyebrows raised at that. Your neighbors who started dating? What a couple of lovebirds. They're the backbone of romantic society. You can feel your face burning with embarrassment. You chewed at your bottom lip. Honestly, I hope you never break up. If you can make it work, there might be a chance for the rest of us. You knew Cove well enough to tell that there was a little bit of amusement in his expression, but he sighed in exasperation. After that, you had no doubts about his claims of being complimentary. You were really starting to get a kick out of it. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer. But if you can save the schedule talk for later, I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile. Goodbye for today. Bye. Cove gave a small wave as well. Bye. Baxter then turned on his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him completely out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath.
Well,
I don't know how I'm gonna explain that guy to my dad. He burst into a fit of laughter, trying to imagine the conversation. At least the job is done. We saw the new neighbor, and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. You were looking forward to seeing more of him. You thought he was charming. You were not interested in him. You weren't sure how to feel. You thought he gave a pretty bad first impression. You decided he definitely wasn't someone you liked. I mean, maybe this wouldn't be the most neutral option, right? I mean, it's not like I have any bad feelings towards him, but I definitely don't have like any good feelings towards him. Just kind of like a new friend sort of feeling. Honestly, you didn't know if you would ever come to a conclusion about him. Baxter was just so different. Turning your attention back to Cove, you push all thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way towards town. You took his hand, you took his arm, you walked next to him side by side. Take his arm. Smiling at him, you hooked your arm around his. Cove hummed happily in response. A little while later, you and Cove reached the main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I heard my phone. You dug your cell phone out and looked at it with a satisfied grin. There was a new message. Before you could read it, you were distracted by a small amused noise from Cove. His head was slightly tilted to the side as he carefully looked at your old keychain. I can't believe you still have that. Of course I do, I love it. You shouldn't be surprised. Well, someone was crazy enough to get it for me, so I may as well use it. You shrugged. You quietly blushed at him pointing it out. Of course I do, I love it. You meant it. The intensity of your words had Cove blushing and looking away from you. For a moment, you were both at a loss for words. You were sucked into remembering that day he bought it for you. Cove was the one who spoke up again. I'm actually glad you like it. He looked back at you with a playful grin. Especially since it cost me a whole $6. That's like $30 in kid money. His matter-of-fact tone had you laughing deep. You couldn't face him without starting all over again. Smiling, you focused on the task at hand. You opened a new text from Miranda and all you saw was, I can see you. Immediately from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda anywhere, but she did send you more messages. I saw you holding Cove's arm. Scandalous. Where are you? Huh, come on. Really, Randy? Oh. This is options we can choose. Huh, come on. The message was sent and you were back to looking around, scanning for any sign of movement within familiar faces. They were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising an eyebrow. Alright. We're gonna save and stop there for today. We're out of time. I already know who we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid our good friend and pal, Eviana, who's playing Repo. But yes, that's going to be it for today. Thank you all so much for joining me. I had a lot of fun playing this game and entering our young adult life and being lovers with Cove and meeting a new friends, and we're about to meet more new friends and some old friends and all that stuff. It was wonderful to see how they grew up. our sister, our parents, all of them, Mr. Holden, and I'm excited to continue playing this tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna start at 6 p.m. Eastern. We got a little bit of work that we got to accomplish tonight for our podcast. Maybe you'll remember their names. Funny guy, this GBC. But yeah, tomorrow we'll be back 6 p.m. Eastern, and we're gonna go for another 6 hours. If I have more work done on my Twitch cast, then we might stream for longer. But as it looks like, we might just keep it to 6 hours for now because we have a few more things we need to tackle and all that stuff. We got to get our stream a little changed a little bit, and we got to add more things, and we just have a lot of tasks that we got to accomplish. So again, thank you all so much for joining me today. Thank you all for the raid, for helping me meet our follower goal of 250, and all the channel point redemptions, and just being here and talking and vibing and just lurking. I appreciate all of it, and I appreciate all of you very much. But yeah, we'll be back 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow with more Our Life as we continue our young adult life and just go through all the new adventures that await us as young adults. It's a raid started. We also have to cook dinner. It's been over, well, we had a little snack, but it's been over like 12 hours since we ate. Like a meal, an actual meal. So we need to cook, and then we'll be ready to eat. We gotta probably gonna make some chicken and potatoes tonight. So we gotta cook the potatoes and cook the carrots, the chicken, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, again, thank you all so much for joining me today. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, more Our Life. We're gonna make it to as far as we can tomorrow. Hopefully finish the game, but knowing us, we're kind of slow and yap a lot, so we'll see. Thank you again. I love you all so much. I appreciate y'all. Have a good day. Have a good night. Have a good time zone. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Go say hi to Evie. No raid message. Only 30 minutes of yapping tomorrow. We'll see. That's a tall order to fill. But we'll see. Go say hi to Evie. He's playing Repo with some friends. He's an amazing dude. Really funny. Really charming. Yeah, talk to y'all later. See you tomorrow. 6 p.m. Eastern. Bye.